Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. How is everyone's Saturday? It's very warm here. I've had a certain furball trying to escape all day. Not sure where he is at the moment, which has me worried. And I don't know where he is. He's usually plotting things. And he's been randomly terrorizing the dog all day for no reason. Oh, as usual, trying to recall what happened last week required looking back. We had Gray finding an excuse to stalk her to Georgia, as we knew he would. I'm only surprised it took a day. I'm pretty sure that was retconned, because I think originally it was like 6 hours. Because usually that's about as long as he lets her be away from him. So we had that. We had them emailing back and forth, with her saying she doesn't want to be as submissive, and him saying basically, you just need to give it a chance. You like it. You really do, because it leads to sex that makes you orgasm a lot, and therefore you like it. Him coming to the realization that he needs to take her feelings into account, because apparently he's never done this in any relationship he's ever had with anyone, which makes him a psychopath. Well, technically it makes him a sociopath, but the violent tendencies and the fact that he acts them out and definitely has a body count of like 14, that makes him a psychopath. So the brainwashing continued. We got a lot of him saying, just don't argue with me. Do what I tell you. Everything's perfect when you do what I tell you. And if you do, I might do something kind of vaguely romantic. Like dinner. So yeah, he continues to be the absolute worst and get worse in the book that was designed to supposedly humanize this character. Except it's missing all the elements of humanity. Hello, Nightwolf. Good to see you. I was worried about you today. Oh, I forgot to pour a drink. Oops. Hello, everyone else coming in. How was your day? How was your Saturday? However snickety I figured you would be. I feel so bad I had to bail on Artie's birthday stream. And then next week, I just realized today, my birthday is next Saturday. I hadn't looked to see what day it fell on yet, but it's Saturday. It's exactly a week from today. I have no idea what I'm doing. I mean, I'll be doing this, but I don't know what else. And I plan to have Burn video that I've been stalling on for next week because, birthday's a good occasion to watch something burn. And I can't set off fireworks. No, I did once live across from people who were incredibly stupid and set fireworks off on their balcony. One of them went horizontal and ran into my balcony while I was standing on it. You better believe I was pretty pissed. They wound up getting kicked out of the building over that. It wasn't just that. They'd been living there like a few months and were throwing like huge, ridiculous parties and all kinds of noise, like all hours, and doing other like stupid shit too. But setting off fireworks on the balcony was the last straw. I have a feeling we're going to need this one tonight. We'll get through chapter 17 and as much as we can of 18, but it's two long chapters like back to back. Though I did see some emails flipping through, so I'm not sure on page count yet. Okay, time for it. All rise for the national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay! Alrighty then. Camera on. Alright, we're wearing the summer clothes now because it's very, very hot. Didn't realize quite how much this shows my bra, but I don't care because it's covered. So, let's introduce our ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Jeremy DeWitt, Naruto, and Cinemark. I think I have two of the ducks backwards. Did I really do that? I really did. I did. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I have these two backwards. And I knew I screwed that up when I did it, and it just didn't click. Okay. Bra strap, you are not going to be allowed to annoy me all night. Okay, there we go. You know, this would be better braless, honestly. Problem is, then things would fall out. It's a dress, actually. I broke out the summer clothes, and not just because I seriously need to do laundry. I've got like 6 loads of laundry. But the 2 days that I like had it in my schedule to do laundry, freaking water's off again. And then the other day the laundry room was closed because the ducks are being cleaned. And they didn't give any notice. So it's like, yeah, thanks. Sign on the laundry room door. Not really good enough. But thank you for saying I look fancy. We are getting there on this. I really should figure out where I'm getting the third one from. I can't believe I looked on all the like used book sites, and the third book of this series is still like $15. I'm not paying that much. No way in hell. We got a whole other book before I got to worry about it, but I'll get it. And we got to get more ducks. I forgot the ducks. Oh yeah, we only have 2 ducks left in this bag. There's only 2 of them left. They're very lonely. So we have 2 ducks left at the $10 rate. For 25, we'll put actual police issued handcuffs on for half the evening, or both, depending on. Yes, they are real. Internet, they're real. They have a key. There is an emergency key on a string in front of me because we practice safety. So even if the key that is in the case gets lost or I can't reach it, there is another key because we practice safety here. And for 50, I will chug this glass of wine full up to this level. I will refill if necessary. That one is in effect until about the last half hour. So those are the options for supporting me in the ducks. Oh, I'm also taking suggestions on what I should do for my birthday next week. If anyone has any ideas, can you tell we play with fire here? And yeah, I have my lighter handy in case it's needed. Okay, chapter 17. Thursday, June 2nd, 2011. Thank you, Nightwolf. No, don't leave me. And also, I'm just going to point out, there's an end quote there without a beginning quote. Excuse me. The whispered words penetrate my slumber and I stir and wake. What was that? I look around the room. Where the hell am I? Oh, yes, Savannah. No, please, don't leave me. What? It's Anna. I'm not going anywhere, I mutter, bemused. Turning, I prop myself up on my elbow. She's huddled beside me and looks like she's asleep. Oh, great. She's supposedly having nightmares of him abandoning her now. Dear God. Oh, that's gotta be because, like, yeah, Bella does, like, a freak out thing, in the hospital when, like, Edward says he's gonna leave her. Or in the second one when he actually does leave her. I won't leave you, she mumbles. My scalp prickles. I'm very glad to hear that. She sighs. Anna, I whisper, but she doesn't react. Her eyes are closed. She's fast asleep. She must be dreaming. What is she dreaming about? That would be pretty obvious. Christian, she says. Yes, I respond automatically. But she says nothing. She's definitely asleep. But I've never heard her talk in her sleep before. I watch her, fascinated. Her face is illuminated by ambient light from the living room area. Her brow crinkles for a moment as if an unpleasant thought is plaguing her. Then it smooths once more. With her lips parted as she breathes, her face soft in sleep. She's beautiful. Of course, it doesn't occur to him to wake her when he should know, like, about nightmares. And she doesn't want me to go, and she won't leave me. The candor of her subconscious admission sweeps through me like a summer breeze, leaving warmth and hope in its wake. She's not going to leave me. Dude, she's asleep. You cannot take that seriously. Like, I don't know if this is supposed to make him seem like more like a child, like the naivete here, but what the hell? Well, you have your answer, Gray. I smiled down at her. She seems to have settled and stopped talking. I checked the time on the radio alarm. It's 4:57. It's time to get up anyway, and I'm elated. I'm going soaring with Anna. Oh yeah, this is the scene they ripped off from the Thomas Crown affair. It's time to get up and yeah, blah blah blah. I place a quick kiss on her temple, rise, and head into the main room of the suite, where I order breakfast and check the local weather. Another hot day with high humidity. No rain. I shower quickly, dry myself, then gather Anna's clothes from the bathroom and lay them out on the chair next to the bed. As I pick up her panties, I remember how my devious plan to confiscate her underwear backfired. Oh, Miss Steele. And after our first night together. Oh, by the way, I'm wearing your underwear. And she yanks the waistband up so I can see the words Polo and Ralph peeking over her jeans. Thinking of something that happened like yesterday. I shake my head and from the armoire take a pair of my boxer briefs and deposit them on the chair. I like when she wears my clothes. No, I'm only yawning just because I always yawn when I first start talking because I think my voice is like not used to talking so much because I don't talk to anyone all day. Nail polish chip. The yawning will stop in a few minutes. It's not the content at all. Oh, though, apparently, remember the Twilight movie trailer that was going around a couple weeks ago, like fooled like half the internet? Apparently, that was not completely out of nowhere, and that was my fear of it. Because usually, when things like that are going around, something set it off, something real. And in this case, what is real is that yes, the book, I think it's called Midnight Sun, I want to say, or Midnight something. But the one that she wrote that's from Edward's point of view, I'm not sure. I didn't even know if it was ever officially released because I remember it got hacked and it got hacked when it was like half done and it got released online and she got really pissed, rightly so, and said she was never going to finish it. I think she eventually did and it must have been released because now the truth about the new Twilight content is that Netflix is doing an animated series of that book. It is Midnight Sun. Oh god. Netflix is doing an animated series of it, which I can already I can already picture how bad this is going to be. I mean, at least maybe Edward will sparkle when he's supposed to sparkle, which the movie has basically admitted they didn't have the budget to put that effect in every time that it should have been there. So they just gave up on it. I'm curious. The thing I'm curious about, though, because it is animated, so we're talking voiceovers. Have have they managed to bribe Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson and anyone else into doing the voices for their characters? Because it's probably like Netflix pays well. We know this, and if it's voiceover, you can record an entire series in like a day or two. So it wouldn't surprise me if people reprise their roles if Netflix was smart enough to reach out to them, because that would be a big selling point for most people. Like most fans, if you tell them they got like the original cast back, they're gonna watch it. But I will be curious to see how that goes. And if it'll be one of those occasions where Netflix releases their numbers, which they only do when they're doing some kind of marketing grab. Like the first time they ever did it was Bird Box, and look what happened with that. It didn't the Bird Box challenge and all the shit that made it go viral didn't start happening until after Netflix released an article saying it had been like their highest streamed new release over a weekend like ever. Nobody knew about it before they did that, and then by the next weekend it was a viral challenge and millions of people had watched it, even though quite frankly it's not that good of a movie. It's very simplistic and it gives away the problem is the structure with Bird Box. It's one of those things that somebody should have caught it. The structure gives everything away, so there's no tension or drama the entire time because you already know what the outcome is. So they should not have done that. I don't know whose stupid idea. There's a couple movies that do that. And it's like, who keeps thinking this is a good idea? It's not. If I already know what the end of the movie is, why am I watching it? And also they get the somebody should have noticed the sound effect where Sandra Bullock drops the shotgun shells out, and the sound of them hitting the ground is clearly empty shotgun shells, but she never fired it. So it should have had a heavier sound, and just nobody noticed. But it stands out so much because she's trying to have like a badass moment, and all you hear is the empty sound, and it's like, oops, way to ruin the moment. She mumbles again, and I think she said cage, but I'm not sure. What the hell is that about? Well, maybe wake her up, you dumbass. Like, she doesn't stir but remains blissfully asleep while I dress. As I pull on my t shirt, there's a knock on the door. Breakfast has arrived. Pastries, a coffee for me, and Twinings English breakfast tea for Anna. Fortunately, the hotel stocks her favorite blend. It's time to wake Miss Steele. Strawberry, she mutters, and I sit down beside her on the bed. What's with the fruit? It's a dream. People say random shit. I used to know my cousin was asleep when she started muttering about bumblebees. Because she not only talked in her sleep, you could have a whole conversation with her for about an hour and a half. Till she started dreaming, and that's usually when either ladybugs or bumblebees would start getting in the conversation, and I knew she was like really asleep. I didn't sleep as a child. I used to get yelled at for it, which always confused me because it's like I'm not purposely not sleeping. I'm not secretly sneaking coffee when I'm 4. I just didn't sleep. Anastasia, I summon her gently. I want more. I know you do, and so do I. Come on, baby. I continue to coax her awake. She gripes, no, I want to touch you. Just shake her awake, dude. This is pathetic. Shit. Wake up. I lean down and gently tug her earlobe with my teeth. I think I'd punch you in the face if you woke me up like this. No. She screws her eyes tight. Her response to him nibbling on her. Dude, this is nobody. Also, nobody would sleep through this. Nobody. Wake up, baby. Oh no, she protests. Time to get up, baby. I'm going to switch on the side light. I reach across and switch it on, bathing her in a pool of dim light. She squints. No, she whines. Did he even tell her, like, I'm going to wake you at 5 in the morning for a surprise, or is he just, like, waking her up? Because I'd be pissed. I don't care what you planned. Fuck you. You wake me at 5 in the morning without my permission, I'm gonna kill you. Her reluctance to wake is amusing and different. In my previous relationships, a sleepy submissive could expect to be disciplined. I'm sorry, you discipline them for being fucking tired? He really is just evil. I nuzzle her ear and whisper, I want to chase the dawn with you. I kiss her cheek, kiss each eyelid in turn, kiss the tip of her nose, and kiss her lips. Her eyes flicker open. Good morning, beautiful. And they close again. She grumbles, and I grin down at her. You're not a morning person. Morning is several hours away. Oh, I hear a puppy. Hello, you. Do you know where the kitty is? Kitty has been caught scratching at the screen door twice today. Second time I had to actually get up and chase him away, yelling at him wasn't enough. He wants out. Hello. All right, we're getting a puppy. All right, you can come up for a minute. It's okay. Come here. Come on. Yes, I know you want your belly rubbed, but come on. I can't rub your belly right now. Come here. If you want to be petted, come on. Come on. It's okay. Come on. Good boy. What? I rubbed your belly. Little suck. Come on. There we go. Yes. Yes. There we go. Watch the cord. You break enough of these. Hello. Say hello. Everybody say hello to the puppy. Oh, yes, he's so cute. Yes, he's so cute. You're sleepy. Yeah, he's really sleepy. He's usually having a nap about now. Yes. Did we wake you? Okay, I know you want to, but you can't fall asleep in my arms. I will cuddle you in bed later, okay? Don't I always give you lots of cuddles? He's like, no, I'm gonna go sleep right now. I'm just gonna put my head on your arm. No, I'm just gonna go to sleep. Yes. Yes, I will, because I'm a puppy. Yes. Aren't you good? Aren't you good? Okay. I gotta put you down, okay? And then put you on your pillow. Oh, which I also gotta remember to wash the pillow. I forget the flippin' pillow because it's in the living room, and I'll like have all the laundry, and I'll get downstairs and be like, "Damn it, forgot the fucking pillow." But it's gross and it needs to be washed. I know you object because it's where you keep your smell. It's the thing he rolls on after I give him a bath. And he's like, "Gotta get rid of this clean smell. Gotta smell disgusting. Need to go outside and roll in dirt." That's another favorite, rolling in dirt. Unless there's mud available. Okay, go get dog hair up my nose. Do you see what you're doing? He's pretending he's asleep. Okay, time for you to go on your bed. Come on. Look at this. Look at this little face. Look at this little face. Yeah, you're so sweet, aren't you? Yes, little sweetheart. Little sweetie baby. You're so sleepy. Okay, say bye bye. Bye bye. No. No, I don't want to. No. I want to stay. All right, come on. Yes, I'll rub your belly. Yes, you're looking for food and there isn't any. Yes. No, you can't chew my new toy. You'll break your teeth. Oh, yes, that's a good baby. That's a good baby. Yeah, that's a good baby. Good baby. There we go. That's a good boy. Yep. Oh, the puppy. He says, thank you for comparing him to a wolf. He wishes he was a little more wolf like when the kitty is being a brat. Oh, they almost got into a fight in my bed last night. It was the kitty's fault, but Kitty was thinking of not running away when being barked at, so they've been at it the last few days. Kitty is noticeably missing a few tufts of fur from around his ear. I think he's missing a couple whiskers too. She opens one unfocused eye, studying me. I thought you wanted sex, she says, her relief obvious. There's what you want. I thought you wanted sex and I was telling you no. I suppress my laugh. Anastasia, I always want sex with you. No, he just always wants sex. It's heartwarming to know you feel the same. Dude, nobody is as perpetually horny as you because you're an immature brat. Of course I do, just not when it's so late. She hugs her pillow. It's not late, it's early. Come on, up you go. We're going out. I'll take a rain check on the sex. I was having such a nice dream. It did not sound nice. She sighs, peering up at me. Dream about what? You. Her face warms. What was I doing this time? Trying to feed me strawberries, she says with a small voice. That accounts for her babbling. Dr. Flynn could have a field day with that. Up. Get dressed. Don't bother the shower. We can do that later. She protests but sits up, ignoring the sheet that slips down to her waist and exposes her body. My cock stirs. Didn't make it 2 pages. Didn't make it 2 pages. I don't think in this entire book we're going to make it 2 pages without him mentioning his dick. Ever. With her hair mussed cascading over her shoulders and curling around her naked breasts, she looks gorgeous. Ignoring my arousal, I stand up to give her some room. What time is it? She asks, her voice sleepy. 5:30 in the morning. Feels like 3 a.m. We don't have much time. I let you sleep as long as possible. Come. I want to drag her out of bed and dress her myself. I can't wait to get her airborne. He hasn't told her what they're doing, by the way. He doesn't know if she has a fear of heights or like a fear of small aircraft or anything else. Can't I have a shower? If you have a shower, I'll want one with you. And you and I know what will happen then. The day will just go. Come. Because he has no self restraint whatsoever. She gives me a patient look. What are we doing? It's a surprise, I told you. She shakes her head and beams, very much amused. Okay. She climbs out of bed, oblivious to her nudity, and notices her clothes on the chair. I'm delighted that she's not her usual shy self. Maybe it's because she's sleepy. She slides on my underwear and gives me a broad smile. I'll give you some room now you're up. Leaving her to dress, I wander back to the main room, sit down on the small dining table and help myself to some coffee. She joins me a few minutes later. Eat, I order, and motion for her to take a seat. She stares at me, transfixed, her eyes glazed. Anastasia, I say, interrupting her daydream. Her eyelashes flutter as she comes back from wherever she's been. I'll have some tea. Can I take a croissant for later? She asks hopefully. She's not going to eat. Don't rain on my parade, Anastasia. I'll eat later when my stomach's woken up. About 7:30, okay? Yeah, that would be me too. Like I cannot eat first thing in the morning. I had to be up for a few hours before I want food. Okay, I can't force her. Since when? She looks defiant and stubborn. I want to roll my eyes at you, she says. Oh, Anna, bring it on. By all means, do. You will make my day. She looks up at the fire sprinkler on the ceiling. Well, a spanking would wake me up, I suppose, she says as if she were weighing the option. She's considering it? It doesn't work that way, Anastasia. This is in his head. Now he's pissed off because she might actually like want him to spank her and he likes it to be a punishment thing. Even though he did it once telling her it was for pleasure and that's why he wasn't hitting her that hard. So he can't even follow his own rules. On the other hand, I don't want you to be all hot and bothered. The climate here is warm enough. She gives me a saccharine smile. You are, as ever, challenging, Miss Steele. My voice is droll. Drink your tea. She sits down and takes a couple of sips. Drink up, we should go. I'm keen to get on the road. It's quite a drive. Where are we going? You'll see. Stop with the grinning, Gray. She pouts with frustration. Miss Steele, as ever, is curious, but all she's wearing is her camisole and jeans. She'll be cold once we're airborne. Finish your tea, I order, and leave the table. In the bedroom, I rifle through the armoire and pull out a sweatshirt. This should do. I call the valet and tell him to bring the car out front. I'm ready, she says as I return to the main room. You'll need this. I toss the sweatshirt to her and she gives me a bewildered look. Trust me. I plant a swift kiss on her lips, taking her hand. I open the door to the suite and we head for the elevators. There's a hotel employee standing there. Brian, according to his name tag, also waiting for the elevator. Good morning, he says, giving us both a cheerful salute as the doors open. I glance at Anna and smirk as we enter. No shenanigans in the elevator this morning. Most elevators have cameras, dude. She hides her smile and peers at the floor, her cheeks coloring. She knows exactly what's going through my mind. Brian wishes us a good day as we exit. Outside, the valet is waiting with the Mustang. Anna arches a brow, impressed by the GT 500. Seriously, Neil James like obsessed with cars or something. Yeah, it's fun to drive, even if it's only a Mustang. Isn't that like a really desirable type of car? You know, sometimes it's great being me. I tease her, and with a polite bow, I open her door. Where are we going? You'll see. I get behind the wheel and ease the car into drive. At the stoplight, I quickly program the address of the airfield into the GPS. It directs us out of Savannah towards I 95. I switch on the iPod via the steering wheel. The car is filled with a sublime melody. What's this? Anna asks. It's from La Traviata, an opera by Verdi. I think I know that one. La Traviata. I've heard of it, but I can't think where. What does that mean? I give her a knowing look. Well, literally, the woman led astray. It's based on the Alexander Dumas book La Dame au, La, uh, La Dame au Camille. I don't know that one. I know Alexander Dumas also wrote The Count of Monte Cristo. That's a good movie. Ah, I've read it. I thought you might have. The doomed courtesan, she recounts, her voice tinged with melancholy. It's a depressing story, she says. Too depressing? We can't have that, Miss Steele, especially when I'm in such a good mood. Do you want to choose some music? This is on my iPod. I tap the navigation screen and bring up the playlist. You choose, I offer, wondering if she'll like anything I have in iTunes. She studies the list and scrolls through it, concentrating hard. She taps on a song, and the Verdi. Verdi's dulcet strings are replaced by a pounding beat and Britney Spears. Toxic. Hey. What do you bet that song had just come out when this is being written? I mean, it does have quite the beat to it. I'll give it that. Now I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head all night. Damn it. I observe with wry humor. Is she trying to tell me something? Is she referring to me? I don't know what you mean, she says innocently. Does she think I should does she think I should wear a warning? What? Miss Steele wants to play games. So be it. I turn the music down a tad. It's a little early for this remix and for the reminder that he's completely toxic asshole in relationships and he knows it. Like, I swear I might be allergic to this eye makeup. It's like hypoallergenic and shit though, and I looked it up. It doesn't have anything I'm allergic to in it. It always makes my eyes water. Oh, we're in his remembering things font. Sir, this submissive respectfully requests Master's iPod. I glance away from the spreadsheet I'm reading and study her as she kneels beside me, her eyes cast downward. She's been exceptional this weekend. How can I refuse? Sure, Layla, take it. I think it's in the tuck. Oh, okay, so this is Layla. How long ago was Layla? Do we ever find this out? Like how many women has he had between Layla and Anastasia? Because didn't he say like after Layla left him, she like got married and has a kid, so it has to have been a couple of years. And didn't he also say that he has only been like away from Mrs. Robinson and having his own submissives for like 3 years? But then I think he said she was before that or something. I don't know. The timeline makes no sense. Is what I'm saying. Thank you, Master, she says, and stands with her usual grace without looking at me. Good girl. Oh, yep, playing with fire. She's wearing only red high heels. She teeters over to the iPod dock and collects her reward. Her reward for being a good girl all weekend is she gets to listen to his iPod. Uh huh. All right. First time tonight, we get to play with fire. Okay, that caught really fast. I'm just going to let that burn itself out and not catch the other page. It actually singed the page behind it. in like 1 second. Okay, if we needed proof this thing is made of flash paper, I think we just confirmed it. Because that caught like instantly. It made a nice hole though. Oh, still smells so good. I didn't put that song on my iPod. I tell her breezily and floor the gas, throwing us both into the back of our seats. But I hear Anna's small, exasperated huff above the roar of the engine. As Brittany continues at her sultry best, Anna drums her fingers. That is not a sultry song at all. On her thigh, radiating disquiet as she stares out the car window. The Mustang eats up the miles on the freeway. There's no traffic, and Dawn's first light is chasing us down I-95. What do you bet he's speeding? Hannah sighs as Damien Rice begins. Put her out of her misery, Gray. And I don't know if it's my good mood or our talk last night or the fact that I'm about to go soaring, but I want to tell her who put the song on the iPod. Oh, yeah, you're taking her on like a romantic date. This is a great time to say, by the way, let me tell you about one of my past submissives. I'm sure you want to hear about the woman I abused before you. It was Layla. Layla, an ex who put the song on my iPod. One of the 15. She turns her full attention to me, hungry for information. Yes. What happened to her? We finished. Why? She wanted more. And you didn't. I glance at her and shake my head. I've never wanted more until I met you. She rewards me with her bashful smile. Oh, God. Oh, itchy, itchy, itchy. Ugh. I hate that time in the summer when everything is sweaty and sticky and itchy and ugh. Ugh. Especially when I have nails and I scratch and then I'm like, oh shit, what did I do? Okay, take the phone off the book. Yes, Anna, it's not just you who wants more. I think this is the first time he's saying that out loud. What happened to the other 14? She asks. You want a list? Divorced, beheaded, died? You're not Henry VIII, she scolds. Is that his way of like suddenly admitting that a lot of them are dead? It doesn't help when the book plays into my head canon. Like, that's just a little too on point. And what is it? The thing for remembering what happened to the wives of Henry VIII. Was it divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived? I think. Because I know Anne Boleyn and I think her name was Catherine. I think he married two Catherines. Uh, and I think the younger one, I think those were the two that were beheaded. Something I found out recently, apparently I didn't because it sounded too stupid, so I had to ask a friend who knows like history better than me to confirm history I'm not good at. But apparently, among other things, Anne Boleyn was charged with witchcraft, and that was part of the reason she was sentenced to death. It's like, really? They charged her with witchcraft? Like she was accused of cheating on the king, even though there was like no evidence that she did. He just wanted her gone. Um, because his part of his thing was he was very much like Freud, that he just wanted children because he had children. He had a daughter, but he needed a boy to pass on the kingdom to, and he'd had a son that died. I think more than one, which was common like back then. A lot of children didn't survive to adulthood, but he like took it as like an offense from God, and that's partly why he split the church and basically declared himself God. Then, because the Catholic Church wouldn't grant his divorce from Catherine of Aragon, because Catholic Church didn't believe in divorce back then. They didn't. I'm not sure when. I think it was like in the 60s, maybe 70s, before the Catholic Church like would allow divorce, and even then, it's still very controversial. Like I know, you know, like I grew up in a Catholic household, so I know the controversy of it. Okay, in no particular order, I've only had long-term relationships with 4 women apart from Elena. Helena, Mrs. Robinson to you. She pauses for a moment, and I know she's scrutinizing me. I keep my eyes on the road. What happened to the 4? She asks. So inquisitive, so eager for information, Miss Steele. I tease. Oh, Mister, when is your period due? Anastasia, a man needs to know these things. I've never been in a relationship with anyone that asked me when my period is due, unless they saw me like obviously in pain or were like, "Hey, isn't that in the next couple days?" And I'm like, "Yeah, heating pad and chocolate, please." I need to get a heating pad. Maybe I'll get myself a heating pad for my birthday. I haven't decided. I always get myself something, some kind of a comfort thing, or running shoes. I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. Too much else going on. Does he? I do. Why? Because I don't want to get you to get pregnant. Can we foreshadow a little harder? Neither do I. Well, not for a few years yet, she says a little wistfully. Of course that would be with someone else. The thought is disquieting. She's mine. Okay, if you want her to be yours forever, why are you still like maintaining that this is going to be a 3-month relationship, you idiot? Like he makes no sense. So the other 4, what happened? She persists. One met someone else, the other 3 wanted more. I wasn't in the market for more then. Why did I open this can of worms? Yeah, duh. And the others just didn't work out. She nods and stares out the window as Aaron Neville sings Tell It Like It Is. Where are we headed? She asks again. We're close now. An airfield. We're not going back to Seattle, are we? She sounds panicked. No, Anastasia. I chuckle at her reaction. We're going to indulge in my second favorite pastime. Second? Yep, I told you my favorite this morning. Her expression tells me she's completely perplexed. Indulging in you, Miss Steele. That's got to be top of my list. Any way I can get you. Yeah, because he's a child. She looks down at her lap, her lips twitching. Well, that's quite high up on my list of diverting kinky priorities, too, she says. I'm pleased to hear it. So, airfield. I beam at her. Soaring. We're going to chase the dawn, Anastasia. I take a left into the airfield and drive up to the Brunswick Soaring Association hangar. I think she may be spelling hangar incorrectly. Where I stop the car. You up for this? I ask. Maybe ask that before you get here? Because I'd be like, hell fucking no. Sorry. I'm sure you spent lots of money, but you have lots of money, therefore I don't care. And this is the kind of thing you really should ask before taking someone to do. Unless you know that they're like the adventurous, like thrill seeker type. But she has not been shown to be any of that. You're flying? Yes. Her face glows with excitement. Yes, please. I love how fearless and enthusiastic she is with any new experience. That is such bullshit! Their entire, like, basis of arguing is that she doesn't want the kind of new experiences he's offering. But hey, who needs to maintain a character that has no character? I kiss her quickly. Another first, Miss Steele. Outside it's cold, but it's cool but not cold. and the sky is lighter now, pearl and bright at the horizon. I walk around the car and open Anastasia's door. With her hand in mine, we make our way to the front of the hangar. Taylor is waiting there with a young bearded man in shorts and sandals. Mr. Gray, this is your tow pilot, Mr. Mark Benson, says Taylor. I release Anna so I can shake hands with Benson, who has a wild glint in his eye. You've got a great morning for it, Mr. Gray, Benson says. The wind is at 10 knots from the northeast, which means the convergence along the shore should keep you up for a wee while. Benson is British, with a firm handshake. Sounds great, I answer, and watch Anna as she shares a private joke with Taylor. Anastasia, come. See you later, she says to Taylor. Ignoring her familiarity with my staff, I introduce her to Ben. What? She's not supposed to be nice to Taylor? Like, are, are his staff instructed not to speak to his sex toys? Like, Mr. Benson, this is my girlfriend, Anastasia Steele. Pleased to meet you, she says, and Benson gives her a bright smile and they shake hands. Likewise, he says, if you'd like to follow me, lead the way. I take Anna's hand and we fall into step beside Benson. I have a Blanik L-23. Blanik. I'm assuming this is some kind of plane. Set up and ready. She's old school, but she handles well. Great. I learned to fly in a Blanik, an L-13, I tell Benson. Can't go wrong with a Blanik. I'm a big fan. He gives me a thumbs up, though I prefer the L-23 for the acrobatics. I nod in agreement. You're hooked up to my Piper Pawnee? He continues. I'll take her up to 300 to 3,000 feet, then set you guys free. That should give you some flying time. I hope so. The cloud cover looks promising. It's a bit early in the day for much lift, but you never know. Tave, my mate, will spot the wing. He he's in the Jakes. Okay, I think. Jakes means restroom. You've been flying long? Since my days in the RAF, but I've been flying these tail draggers for 5 years now. We're on CTAF 122.3, so you know. Got it. The L-23 looks to be in fine shape, and I make note of her FAA registration. November Papa 3 Alpha. First, you need to strap on your parachute. Benson reaches into the cockpit and pulls out a parachute for Anna. I'll do that, I offer, taking the bundle from Benson before he has a chance to put it or his hands on Anna. Yep, there we go. I'll fetch some ballast, Benson says with a cheery smile and heads towards the plane. You like strapping me into things, Anna says with a raised brow. Miss Steele, you have no idea. Here, step into the straps. I hold open the leg fastenings for her. Leaning over, she puts her hand on my shoulder. I stiffen instinctively, expecting the darkness to wake and choke me, but it doesn't. It's weird. I don't know how I'm going to react where her touch is concerned. She lets go once the loops are around her thighs and I hoist the shoulder straps up over her arms and fasten the parachute. Boy, she looks good in a harness. Briefly, I wonder how she'd look spread-eagled and hanging from the carabiners in the playroom, her mouth and her sex at my disposal. He really cannot go like 20 minutes without thinking of sex. But alas, she sets suspension as a hard limit. There, he'll do, I mutter, trying to banish the image from my mind. Do you have your hair tie from yesterday? You want me to put my hair up, she asks. Yes. She does as she's told, for a change. In you go. I steady her with my hand as she starts to climb in the back. No, front. The pilot sits in the back. But you won't be able to see. I'll see plenty. I'll see her enjoying herself, I hope. She climbs in and I bend over into the cockpit to fasten her into her seat, locking the harness and tightening the straps. Twice in one morning. I am a lucky man, I whisper and kiss her. She beams up at me, her anticipation palpable. This won't take long. 20-30 minutes at most. Thermals aren't great at this time of the morning, but it's so breathtaking up there at this hour. I hope you're not nervous. Excited, she says, still grinning. Good. I stroke her cheek with my index finger, then put on my own parachute and climb into the pilot's seat. Benson comes back carrying ballast for Anna, and he checks her straps. Yep, they're secure. First time, he asks her? Yes. You'll love it. Thanks, Mr. Benson, Anna says. Call me Mark, he replies, fucking twinkling at her. I narrow my eyes at him. Okay, he asks me. He's jealous of a guy just being nice to her. Like, somebody is just being nice. You sick fuck. He's so twisted. Like, this level of possessiveness, God, it would drive you crazy. Okay, something is poking my leg. Ow, bad cramp. Ow, 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 ow. Ah, fuck, 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 fuck. Ow, motherfucker. Ow, 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 ow. Ugh. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Okay. Better. uh, Yep, let's go, I say, impatient to be airborne and get him away from my girl. Oh my god! Benson nods, shuts the canopy, and ambles over to the Piper. Off to the right, I notice Dave, Benson's mate, has appeared, popping up at the wingtip. Quickly, I test the equipment paddles. I hear the rudder move behind me. Control stick side to side. A quick glance at the wings, and I can see the ailer- ailerons. AILERONS. I am assuming this is part of a plane that I don't know about. Moving. Hand control stick front to back. I hear the elevator respond. Right, we're ready. Benson climbs into the Piper, and almost immediately, the singular propeller starts up, loud and throaty in the quiet morning. A few moments later, his plane is rolling forward, taking up the slack of the tow rope, and we're off. I balance the ailerons and the rudder as the Piper picks up speed, and I ease back on the control stick, and we sail into the air before Benson does. Here we go, baby, I shout to Anna as we gain height. See, which song is going to play in my head? The light, happy song from Thomas Crown Affair, or the song that I would like to have sex to from the movie? The only good song in the movie. Now I forget who sings it. Is it Ellie Goulding? There's like two like good songs. One of them is Ellie Goulding. I think it's hers. I think Love Me Like You Do is hers. Uh, Brunswick traffic Delta Victa heading 270. It's Benson on the radio, and I ignore him as we climb higher and higher. The L-27 or 23 handles well, and I watch Anna. Her head whips from side to side as she tries to take in the view. I wish I could see her smile. We head west, the newborn sun behind us. And I note when we cross I-95, I love the serenity up here, away from everything and everyone. Just me and the glider looking for lift. And to think I've never shared this experience with anyone before. The light is beautiful. Lambent. Lambent? That's a thesaurus word. All I had hoped it would be. For Anna and for me. When I checked the altimeter, we're nearing 3,000 feet and coasting at 105 knots. Benson's voice crackles over the radio, informing me that we're at 3,000 feet and we can release. Affirmative. Release. The radio back. And pulled the release knob. The Piper disappears and I roll us into a low dip until we're heading southwest and riding the wind. Anna laughs out loud. Encouraged by her reaction, I continue to spiral, hoping we might find some convergence lift near the coastline or the thermals beneath pale pink clouds. The shallow cumulus might mean lift, even this early. Suddenly filled with a heady combination of mischief and joy, I shout at Anna, hold on tight, and take us into a full roll. I'd be killing him at this point. Anna squeals, her hands shooting up and bracing against the canopy. When I right us once more, she's laughing. It's the most gratifying response a man could want, and it makes me laugh too. Really, that's the most gratifying response? Because I can think of a few others. I'm glad I didn't have breakfast, she shouts. Yes, in hindsight, it's good you didn't, because I'm going to do that again. I would, I'd be ready to kill him. Absolutely not. You would never have gotten me into this thing, but. This time she holds onto the harness and stares directly down at the ground as she's suspended over it. She giggles, the noise mixing with the whistle of the wind. Beautiful, isn't it? I shout. Yes. I know we haven't got long, as there's not much lift out here, but I don't care. Anna's enjoying herself, and so am I. See the joystick in front of you? Grab hold. She tries to turn her head, but she's buckled too tight. Go on, Anastasia, grab it. I urge her. Yeah, because we had to make this weirdly sexual. My joystick moves in my hands, and I know she's holding hers. Hold tight. Keep it steady. See the middle dial in front? Keep the needle dead center. We continue to fly in a straight line, the yaw string staying perpendicular to the canopy. Good girl. My Anna. Never backs down from a challenge, and for some bizarre reason, I feel immensely proud of her. This is like the first time she's doing anything. I'm amazed you let me take control, she shouts. You'd be amazed what I'd let you do, Miss Steele. Back to me now. In command of the joystick once more, I turn us in the direction of the airfield as we begin to lose altitude. I think I can land us there. I call over the radio to inform Benson and whoever might be listening that we're going to land, and then I execute another circle to bring us closer to the ground. Hang on, baby, this can get bumpy. I dip again and bring the L-32 in line with the runway as we descend towards the grass. I land with a bump and I manage to keep both wings up until we reach a teeth-jarring stop at the end of the runway. I unclip the canopy, open it, release my harness, and clamber out. I stretch my limbs, undo my parachute, and smile down at the rosy-cheeked Miss Steele. How was that? I ask, reaching down to unbuckle her from the seat and the parachute. That was extraordinary, thank you, she says, her eyes sparkling with joy. Was it more? I pray she can't hear the hope in my voice. Much more, she beams, and I feel 10 feet tall. Come. I hold out my hand and help her out of the cockpit. As she jumps down, I fold her into my arms, pulling her against me. Filled with adrenaline, they're going to do it in the car on the way home, aren't they? My body responds immediately to her softness. There we go. There we go. There we go. In a nanosecond, my hands are in her hair and I'm tipping her head back so I can kiss her. My hands skim down to the base of her spine, pressing her against my growing erection, and my mouth takes hers in a long, lingering, possessive kiss. I want her. Here. Now. On the grass. You get the impression that he would totally do it if he thought she would. She responds in kind, her fingers twisting in my hair, tugging, begging for more, as she opens up for me like a morning glory. Oh, I'm not above the occasional cheesy line, but that's too much. I break away for air and rationality. Not in a field. Benson and Taylor are nearby. Her eyes are luminous, pleading for more. Don't look at me like that, Anna. because I have no self-control. Breakfast, I whisper. Before I do something I'll regret. Turning, I clasp her hands and walk back towards the car. What about the glider? She says as she tries to keep up with me. Someone will take care of it. It's what I pay Taylor to do. We'll eat now. Come. She bounces along beside me, brimming with happiness. I don't know if I've ever seen her so buoyant. Her mood is infectious, and I don't remember if I've ever felt this upbeat either. I can't help my big fat grin as I hold open the car door for her. With Kings of Leon belting from the sound system, I ease the Mustang out of the airfield towards I 95. As we cruise along the freeway, Anna's Blackberry starts beeping. What's that? I ask. Alarm for my pills, she mutters. Good. Well done. I hate condoms. Oh wait, I forgot to burn it. He said good girl again, and I have to. Okay, let's try not to have flash paper this time. I'm gonna hold it a little further away. Nope. Okay, I swear I was barely touching it. Okay. Okay, it was actually on fire on the other side. I couldn't see it. But look how fast this flipping burns. Uh, From the sideways look I give her, I think she's rolling her eyes, but I'm not sure. I like that you introduced me to Mark as your girlfriend, she says, changing the subject. Isn't that what you are? Am I? I thought you wanted a submissive. So did I, Anastasia, and I do. But I've told you, I want more too. I'm very happy that you want more, she says. We aim to please, Miss Steele. I tease and I tease as I pull into the International House of Pancakes, my father's guilty pleasure. IHOP, she says in disbelief. They're not even called that anymore. The Mustang rumbles to a stop. I hope you're hungry. I would never have pictured you here. My dad used to bring us to one of these whenever my mom went away to a medical conference. We shuffle into a booth facing each other. It was our secret. I pick up the menu watching Anna as she tucks her hair behind her ears and examines what IHOP has to offer for breakfast. She licks her lips in anticipation, and I'm forced to suppress my physical reaction. Dude, there's families around. I know what I want, I whisper, and wonder how she would feel about visiting the restroom with me. Her eyes meet mine, her pupils expand. Seriously, are they going to do it in the IHOP bathroom? Because I don't remember that scene. I want what you want, she murmurs. As ever, Miss Steele does not back away from a challenge, except for every freaking time. Here. Are you sure, Anna? Her eyes dart around the quiet restaurant and then come to rest on me, darkening and full of carnal promise. Ew. Don't bite your lip, I warn. As much as I'd like to, I'm not going to fuck her in the restroom at IHOP. She deserves better than that, and frankly, so do I. Yeah! Not here. Not now. If I can't have you here, don't tempt me. Again, God forbid he show any kind of self control when somebody flirts with him. We're interrupted. Hi, my name is Leandra. What can I get for you, uh, folks, uh, today, this morning? Oh God, I ignore the redheaded server. Anastasia, I prompt her. I told you I want what you want. Hell, she might as well be addressing my groin. Oh my God. 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 She might as well be addressing my groin. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, girl, just tell him to take you back to the car and have a quickie in the back seat. Like, I understand the horniness can get out of control sometimes. You know, I'm not adverse to doing it in public. Been there, done that. Somebody once told me they considered me to be a PhD. Somebody said this as a stupid pickup line. Um, somebody said they once considered me to be a PhD at sex because I had had sex in a cemetery in daylight. This was not out of wanting to do that or making a point of doing that. It was out of I lived with a roommate at the time, and so I couldn't fuck in my apartment, and it just kind of wound up happening. And there was a statue being renovated, so it had all the scaffolding around it that kind of made like a structure, and it was in the back of the cemetery. The cemetery is fucking huge, like miles and miles, acres and acres huge, and there's never anybody there. And no, we did not get caught. Ugh, bitter. Shall I give you folks another minute to decide? The waitress asks. Excuse me. No, we know what we want. I cannot tear my gaze from Anna's. We'll have 2 portions of the original buttermilk pancakes with maple syrup and bacon on the side, 2 glasses of orange juice, 1 black coffee with skim milk, and 1 English breakfast tea if you have it. Anna smiles. Thank you, sir. Will that be all? The waitress exclaims, all breathy and embarrassed. Tearing my attention away from Anna, I dismiss the waitress with a look, and she scurries away. You can't even be nice to the waitress? Dude, don't be a jerk to people who touch your food. That's just like a rule of survival. You know, it's really not fair, Anna says, her voice quiet as her fingers trace a figure 8 on the table. What's not fair? How you disarm people. Women, me. Do I disarm you? I'm stunned. All the time. It's just looks, Anastasia. Like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm sick of being told that he's so devastatingly goddamn handsome that, like, women get all tongue tied in his presence and men are intimidated by his good looks. Nobody is that good looking! No one is that good looking! No, Christian, it's much more than that. She has this the wrong way around, and once again I tell her how disarming I find her. Her brow furrows. Is that why you've changed your mind? Changed my mind? Yes, about, uh, us? Have I changed my mind? I think I've just relaxed my boundaries a little, that's all. I don't think I've changed my mind per se. We just need to redefine our parameters, redraw our battle lines, if you will. We can make this work, I'm sure. I want you submissive in my playroom. I will punish you if you digress from the rules. Other than that, I think it's all up for discussion. Those are my requirements, Miss Steele. What say you to that? So I get to sleep with you, in your bed. Is that what you want? Yes. I agree then. Besides, I sleep very well when you're in my bed. I had no idea. She's like his version of like a stuffed animal to cuddle. I was frightened you'd leave me if I didn't agree to all of it, she says, her face a little pale. I'm not going anywhere, Anastasia. Besides, how can she think that? Because it's what you fucking said. Because it's what you said, you fucking son of a bitch. That is what you have been saying this entire time, you incredibly stupid jerk. Because all you have said is that she has to obey all your fucking rules all the fucking time and be your submissive 24/7, not just in the playroom, which she has never been willing or able to do. And all you have said is that that is all that you want. That is all you want. It's the only kind of relationship you know how to have. You've never told her before that you're willing to bend on it like some of the time or limit it to like she only has to obey your stupid rules when you're in the playroom, which is how a proper Like, by the way, BDSM relationship should be. It should be an on and off thing, not a 24/7 thing. I'm not saying people don't live with those kind of situations 24/7, but these are people who have known each other for years. These are usually people who are married, and it's just like becomes their day-to-day life if they want that, and so they, keep the scene going like 24/7 because it works for them. But even there's limitations. Like, it's not an absolute. I've known couples like that. And yeah, they try to keep to the submissive master roles in their day-to-day life when they're together, but they still like both go to work and have like friends and go out on their own, and there's times where they can't have that dynamic even at home because sometimes it just doesn't work all the time, or sometimes you need a break. Puppy's asleep under his blankie. I still don't know where the kitty is, and that's starting to disturb me because I don't trust him. He's been nothing but a little brat in trouble all day. Oh, okay, he's sleeping on his box of paper, so I guess he's okay for now. It's dark out now, so he can't see the birdies anymore. I think he's worked out what time the birds clock off, so he's like, darn it, didn't get them today. But tomorrow I will escape and mommy won't catch me. Even though the sound of him like testing his claws on the screen mesh is pretty noticeable. I'm not sure the screen door is gonna last the entire summer, honestly. I'm just glad he hasn't figured out where the handle is. Because he's long enough, he could reach it if he figured it out and he's stretched, and it's one of those ones you just have to push it. It's just a little like latch. So he could do it if he figured out how. Fortunately, he's not that bright. He's kind of lazy too. No, not not for food. Now that he's learned that both lunch meat and cheese are things that he likes and can actually eat, anytime I have either, Kitty comes running now and sits like 2 feet away from the dog and just looks at me like, "Hey, I get some too. Come on." Even if I haven't given Bo any, and I have no intention of giving any of them some, they're both sitting there looking at me like, "Come on, we smell ham. We know you have lunch meat. Feed the pets. It's what we're for." You'd think I never fed either of them, even though they have constantly full bowls of kibble. Hell, Bo will go a couple days at a time without touching his kibble because he gets so many treats, which is probably a sign I shouldn't give him so many treats. Keep forgetting to ask my friend to send me more of these. No, I got a picture of Sasha Doggy. So cute. I love her little ears. I wonder if Artie's still going. Probably. I hope he's totally trashed. Oh, I feel bad about leaving his birthday. I did say happy birthday, so. Oh, there's a song I wanted to send him. Damn it, I forgot. Who knows the happy birthday song from Arrogant Worms? Yes, I'm being a brat. Oh, I think Artie's in the same time zone as me, so I think I still got time. Because he's in Jersey, and I think Jersey, yeah, because Jersey, New York, yeah, that's East Coast. So yeah, I'd be in the same time zone. Okay, so I still have time. I still have time. I can still send him the song on his birthday for a joke. I hope he likes it. I also hope it's on YouTube. Yeah, he's still going. It's on my yep, still going. Okay, search happy birthday arrogant. How do you spell arrogant worms? I never remember how to spell it. Damn it. Uh where's copy? Okay. I remembered to do that. Now I feel better. And we need more wine. Okay, pouring this one handed was a bad idea. It's really heavy. I didn't spill it that much. Right, ducks? They got my back. Still have 2 ducks left. They're all alone in their little bag. They're the last 2. And I can actually identify both of them, so that helps. Though I did have a thought about popcorn duck that maybe it's not popcorn duck, maybe it's golden fleece duck. Who remembers that from, I want to say Greek mythology? Yeah, it's got to be Greek. Yeah, because wasn't it one of the Hercules things? No, Jason and the Argonauts. Jason and the Argonauts, which is part of Greek history, is the golden fleece or the golden ram. There's like a sheep with like wool that's golden. I think it might be where the Rumpelstiltskin, the weaving the straw into gold comes from, or that one was inspired by the other. Because the Greek one would have to be first, because that's probably like 3,000 years old or more. Not going anywhere, Anastasia. And besides, how can she think that? I need to reassure her. We're following your advice, your definition. Compromise. You emailed it to me, and so far it's working for me. Just as long as we're still clear that, yeah, it has to work for him, or else. I love that you want more. I know. My tone is warm. How do you know? Trust me, I just do. You told me in your sleep. He's not saying this out loud. And also, it's a dream. You cannot take it seriously. Only in movies. The waitress returns with our breakfast and I watch Anna devour it. More seems to be working for her. This is delicious, she says. I like that you're hungry. Must have been all the exercise last night and the thrill this morning. It was a thrill, wasn't it? It was mighty fine, Mr. Gray, she says as she pops the final piece of pancake into her mouth. Can I treat you? She adds. Treat me how? Pay for this meal. I snort. I don't think so. Please, I want to. This is going to be a fight. No, honestly, if I'm out with somebody who's a billionaire, I'm not offering to pay for lunch. I mean, I will if they want to split the check or whatever, but yeah, I really would expect them to pay for it because they can. You can think whatever you like about that, but also he invited her out, and I always think whoever does the inviting is kind of obligated to pay unless you have an arrangement about it. Are you trying to completely emasculate me? I raise an eyebrow in warning. Oh, great. He had to take it there. He had to take it there. It couldn't just be I'm rich and therefore I pay for everything, or I'm used to doing it, or I want to treat my girlfriend. No, no, no. It has to be I'm the man and therefore I have to pay for breakfast. Like he had the opportunity to be like a decent person there, and then he had to turn it into like a testosterone thing. It doesn't make you a man if you pay for breakfast. Or not a man if she pays for breakfast. That has nothing to do with anything. Though I will say I have known guys offended by a woman offering to pay for anything, which I thought was stupid. And it wasn't even somebody I was dating. We were not even a thing. And it was like over a fucking soda or something. But they were like deeply offended that I tried to buy my own soda when I was out with them. And it's like, what? Like, we're not a thing. You're not my boyfriend. Like, what do you care if I pay for a soda? And why would I expect a person who is just my friend that I happen to be going for a walk with to pay for my soda? Like, I can buy my own pop. It's okay. But no, they were like really offended and starting to get mad. So I was like, okay, you can pay for my iced tea. Okay, it's okay. But I don't get that as a thing that like it's emasculating if she pays for breakfast. Like, no, 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 it's not. No, it is not. I mean, if he wants to say like I'll pay for it because I make $100,000 every 15 minutes, that I understand. And I would hope he leaves the waitress like $100 tip because if you're that rich, you should. Because you know how once or twice a year there's those stories of like a waitress getting a really big tip from somebody and it always makes the local news, even though it's like why? Oh, what's the matter? You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. I think the puppy had a bad dream. You're okay. Now he's blinking and looking confused. You're okay. Yeah. Go back to sleep. Yeah, go back to sleep. It's okay. You're okay. Oh, you need to stretch first? Okay. You stretch. I love the sound of him flapping his ears when he say, "Oh, hello." Somebody needs to be a puppy. Hi. Okay, and you're stuck on the wire. Oh god, dropping the puppy. I'm trying not to drop you, but you're caught on the wire. Damn it. Ugh. This is. Oh, I'm not dropping you. I got 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 you. It's okay. I got you. I got you. I got you. You're okay. Okay, let's undo this before you break these. I just got these. Oh, hello. Hi. 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 Yeah, just climb right up. Okay. Hi. Where are your feet? Okay. Let's find the feet. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah. You're okay. Yeah, you're sleepy. Oh, he's so sleepy. Yeah, you're okay. You're all right. Yeah, you're okay. Yeah, look at you. Look at you. Yes. Oh, what a pretty baby. Yeah. What a pretty baby you are. You're such a pretty baby. Yes, you are. Okay, whoa. Okay, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, gentle, gentle, gentle. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay. Yeah, he definitely had a bad dream. You're okay. You're okay. Yeah, you're all right. You're all right, little baby. You're okay. Everything's okay. Yeah. You're just fine. Yeah. Okay. That's a good boy. Okay, come here. I know you're so sleepy. I know. No, I know. Yes, you're so sleepy. Yes, you are. Okay, I'm gonna put you on your pillow. Yes, that's a good boy. You're so warm. Okay, rub your belly. Yeah, I love you too. I love you too. I love you too, and you've gunk in your eye. Alright, I'll get it later. Okay? Okay? Mm, sleepy baby. Sleepy baby. Okay, there we go. Yes, there we go. There we go, little baby. Yes, there we go. Fur gets everywhere. This is probably the only place I'll be able to afford to pay. Anastasia, I appreciate the thought, I do, but no. She purses her lips with irritation when I ask the redhead for the check. Don't scowl, I warn. I check the time. It's 8:30. I have a meeting at 11:15 with the Savannah Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, so unfortunately we have to get back to the city. I contemplate canceling the meeting because I'd like to spend the day with Anna. But no, that's too much. I'm running after this girl when I should be concentrating on business. That's all you've done! That's all you've done since you met! Priorities, Gray. With her hand in mine, we head to the car looking like any other couple. She's swamped in my sweatshirt, looking casually relaxed, beautiful. And yes, she's with me. Three guys strolling into IHOP check her out. She's oblivious even when I put my arm around her to stake my claim. Oh my god! Like, dude, seriously, she's wearing like an oversized sweatshirt and like jeans. And you're saying that three random guys are checking her out, so you gotta put your arm around her and be like, this is mine. Like, what an insecure little baby. Like, also, that is insulting to your woman. She doesn't need you to tell other people that she's taken. Like, she really has no idea how lovely she is. I open the car door and she gives me a sunny smile. I could get used to this. I program her mother's address into the GPS and we set off north on I 95, listening to the Foo Fighters. In a speed tap to the beat. This is the sort of music she likes. All American rock. The traffic on the freeway is heavier now, with commuters heading into the city, but I don't care. I like being here with her, spending time. Holding her hand, touching her knee, watching her smile. She tells me about previous visits to Savannah. She's not keen on the heat either, but her eyes light up and when she talks about her mother. It'll be interesting to see her interacting with her mother and stepfather this evening. I pull up outside her mother's home and with some regret, I wish we could play hooky all day. The last 12 hours have been nice. More than nice, Gray. Sublime. Do you want to come in? She asked. Now I'm hearing Ryan Gosling doing Sublime from Barbie in my head. He ad-libbed that. I need to work, Anastasia, but I'll be back this evening. Okay, pawing at my leg is not going to get you picked up again. I'm sorry. I know you're adorable, and that you're a puppy, and you're very sleepy, and you would like all of my attention to be on you, but that is not going to happen. Okay, you can have all of my attention later. Yeah, he doesn't recognize later. Later doesn't exist. It's like when I tell him wait. when food is involved. Oh, you little sucky baby. You're such a baby. You're such a baby. You're such a baby. Down we go. Get there, good boy. Uh, I need to work, Anastasia, but I'll be back this evening. What time? She suggests 7, then looks from her hands to me, her eyes bright and joyful. Thank you. For the more. My pleasure, Anastasia. I lean over and kiss her, inhaling her sweet, sweet scent. Yep. I'll see you later. Try to stop me, I whisper, as she climbs out of the car, still in my sweatshirt, and waves goodbye. I head back to the hotel, feeling a little emptier now that she's not with me. In my room, I call Taylor. Mr. Gray. Yeah, thanks for organizing this morning. You're most welcome, sir. He sounds surprised because you never say thank you. I'll be ready to leave at 10:45 for the meeting. I'll have the Suburban waiting outside. Thanks. I change out of my jeans and into my suit, but leave my favorite tie beside my laptop as I order up coffee from room service. I work through my emails, drink coffee, and consider calling Roz. However, it's too early for her. I read through all the paperwork that Bill has sent. Savannah does make a good case for sitting the plant here. I check my inbox and there's a new message from Anna. Really, these two cannot go one day without emailing a billion times. Which again, if this is texting, would work a little better, but there's still a lot. From Anastasia Steele's subject, soaring as opposed to soar-ing. Sometimes you really know how to show a girl a good time. Thank you, Anna. The title makes me laugh, and the kiss makes me feel 10 feet tall as I type up my response. I'll take either of those over your snoring. I had a good time too, but I always do when I'm with you. Her answer is almost immediate. I do not snore, and if I do, it's very ungallant of you to point it out. You are no gentleman, Mr. Gray, and you are in the deep south too. Anna, I chuckle. No, he's not a gentleman. That's absolutely true. From him to her. I never claimed to be a gentleman, Anastasia, and I think I have demonstrated that point to you on numerous occasions. I am not intimidated by your shouty capitals. Okay, not gonna see. But I will confess to a small white lie. No, you don't snore. But you do talk. And it's fascinating. What happened to my kiss? This will drive her crazy because we can't just talk. We have to constantly be poking at each other. This would drive me insane. Her to him. You are a cad and a scoundrel. Definitely no gentleman. So what did I say? No kisses for you until you talk. Oh, this could run and run. Yes, it could, so stop. Him to her. It would be most ungallant of me to say, and I've already been chastised for that. But if you behave yourself, I may tell you this evening. I do have to go into a meeting now. Laters, baby. No grown adult should ever say that. With a broad grin, I slip on my tie, grab my jacket, and head downstairs to find Taylor. Just over an hour later, I'm winding up my meeting with the Savannah Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. Georgia has a great deal to offer, and the team has promised HGEH some serious tax incentives. Because that's the only reason anyone builds anything anywhere. There's a knock at the door, and Taylor enters the small conference room. His face looks grim, but what's more worrying is that he never, ever interrupts my meetings. My scalp prickles. Anna, is she okay? Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, he says to all of us. Yes, Taylor, I ask, and he approaches and speaks discreetly in my ear. We have a situation at home concerning Miss Layla Williams. Layla, what the hell? And part of me is relieved it's not Anna. Would you excuse me, please? I asked the two men and two women from the SBRA. In the hallway, Taylor's tone is grave as he apologizes once more for interrupting my meeting. Don't worry. Tell me what's happened. Miss Williams is in an ambulance on the way to the ER at Seattle Free Hope. Ambulance. Yes, sir. She broke into the apartment and made a suicide attempt in front of Mrs. Jones. And how convenient. He was just thinking about her earlier today, and this happens to happen. Fuck. Suicide. Layla? In my apartment? Where the fuck else? And also, did he say, like, he's had the same codes for, like, ever or something? Like, you'd think he'd change them after each submissive, like, just out of an abundance of caution, but apparently he's not that smart. She slashed her wrists. Hill went with her in the ambulance. She's informed me the EMTs arrived in time and Miss Williams is not in any immediate danger. Why is Scala? Why in front of Gale? I'm shocked. Taylor shakes his head. I don't know, sir. Neither does Gale. She can't get any sense out of Miss Williams. Apparently she only wants to talk to you. Fuck. Exactly, sir, Taylor says without judgment. I scrape my hands through my hair, trying to grasp the magnitude of what Layla has done. What the hell am I supposed to do? Why did she come to me? Was she expecting to see me? Where's her husband? What's happened to him? How's Gail? A little shaken. I'm not surprised. I thought you should know, sir. Yes, sure. Thanks. Yeah, I would think. I would also think, like, the police are going to have some questions. Because the hospital certainly will. I mumbled, distracted. I can't believe it. Layla seemed happy when she last emailed. What, 6 or 7 months ago? But there are no answers for me here in Georgia. I have to go back and talk to her. Find out why. Tell Stephen to ready the jet. I need to go home. Okay, so we have proof that he keeps in touch with the past subs, at least a little. And it does seem weird that, like, she hasn't emailed him in months. And then this is, like, the first thing. You would think, like, maybe she'd been emailing him, like, every couple of days, and he stopped answering because she was getting desperate or wanting to be back with him and he didn't want to. And then, like, she started emailing like 10 times a day, so he had to block her or something, and then this. You would think there would be like some lead up, not just break and enter and trying to kill herself in his apartment. It's a little extreme for an opening gesture, is what I'm saying. Man, we are going through this fast tonight. Stretch break. Ooh. Ooh. Mm. Definitely summer. You start getting stuffy for no reason. Hello, whoever's just come in. We're just taking a stretch break. Hello, persnickety. Hello, Sasha. Hello, pretty girl. I saw the picture of her earlier. She looks so cute. I love her little ears. Bo's been up here twice, but I finally got him back to sleep. He had to come up once to say hello, and then he had a bad dream and needed to be cuddled. It probably involves the kitty, who fortunately is sleeping right now and not trying to escape again. Uh, because Kitty does want out. The birdies are in full form. Plus, I'm like 95% certain there's a pigeon nest on the balcony that's attached to mine because I hear them like all the time. And the box where air conditioners used to go, it's sealed off on the inside, but the cover is missing on that side. So it's like a perfect like square box that's in a hole in the wall, so it's protected. So if you're a bird, that is a great place to build a nest. And you'd be amazed how fast they can do it too. And it's like prime egg laying season. I really got to remember to stuff something in the corner where I think Thomas could get through the divider. He can't get under it. I've confirmed that because he tried and got his head stuck. I had to pull him out. And the side closest to the wall is only like this big, so he can't get through there. But there's a corner where he might get through. And if there are birds over there, that would be enough motivation. And it's probably why he's trying to get out so bad. He got yelled at for clawing the screen twice today. The second time I had to get up and like physically chase him away, and as he ran away, he was like, kitty bitching. Probably saying, "Those are my birds. You should let me have those birds. They're my birds. They're out there and they're taunting me, and I should be allowed to chase those birds because I'm a kitty." You won't even let me beat up the dog. What does Sasha make of cats? Like, she must have encountered a few around the neighborhood. We just got to the part where Christian is being informed that Layla tried to kill herself in his apartment while he's away in Georgia stalking Anastasia. You missed the Thomas Crown Affair scene. We had the glider scene, which really is like it was cut down to like one paragraph. It wasn't even that good. Like I feel like a lot was cut out of that, and I don't know why. Uh, Tell Stephen to ready the jet. I need to go home. Will do. Let's leave as soon as we can. I'll be in the car. Thank you. Taylor heads towards the exit, raising the phone to his ear. I'm reeling. Layla. What the hell? She's been out of my life for a couple of years. Okay, so we get an answer for how long. So she must have been one of his early submissives. We shared the occasional email. She got married. She seemed happy. What's happened? I head back into the boardroom and make my apologies before stepping outside into the stifling heat where Taylor is waiting in the Suburban. The plane will be ready in 45 minutes. We can head back to the hotel, pack, and go. He informs me. Good, I respond, grateful for the car's air conditioning. I should call Gail. I've tried, but her phone goes to voicemail. I think she's still at the hospital. Okay, I'll call her later. This is not what Gail needs on a Thursday morning. How did Layla get into the apartment? I don't know, sir. Taylor makes eye contact with me in the rearview mirror, his face apologetic and grim at once. I'll make it a priority to find out. Maybe because you never changed any of your codes. Our bags are packed and we're on our way to Savannah Hilton Head International when I call Anna, but frustratingly she doesn't answer. I brood, staring out the window as we cruise towards the airport. Oh yeah, he's supposed to have dinner with her mom and stepdad tonight, and now he's canceling and taking off. That's gonna play well. I don't have to wait long for her to return my call. Anastasia. Hi, she says, her voice breathy. It's such a pleasure to hear her. I have to return to Seattle. Something's come up. I'm on my way to the airport now. Please apologize to your mother. I can't make dinner. Nothing serious, I hope. I have a situation I have to deal with. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll send Taylor to meet you at SeaTac if I can't come myself. Okay, she sighs. I hope you sort out your situation. Have a safe flight. I wish I didn't have to go. You too, baby. I whisper and hang up before I change my mind and stay. I call Ross as we taxi towards the runway. Christian, how's Savannah? I'm on a plane and coming home. I have a problem I have to deal with. Something at GEH. Ross asks, alarmed. No, it's personal. Anything I can do? No, I'll see you tomorrow. How did your meeting go? Positive, but I had to cut it short. Let's see what they put in writing. I might prefer Detroit just because it's colder. The heat's that bad? Suffocating. I've got to go. I'll call for an update later. Safe travels, Christian. On the flight, I throw myself into work to distract me from the problem waiting at home. By the time I've touched down, I've read 3 reports and written 15 emails. Our car is waiting, and Taylor drives through the pouring rain straight to Seattle Free Hope. If that's the name of an actual hospital, that is like the worst name ever. I have to see Layla and find out what the hell is going on. As we near the hospital, my anger surfaces. Why would she do this to me? The rain is lashing down as I climb out of the car. The day is as is as bleak as my mood. I take a deep breath to control my fury and head through the front doors. Yes, of course, visiting a submissive who tried to kill herself in his apartment, meaning it's obviously about him. Yeah, that makes him furious that he has to deal with the consequences of his actions and treating people like garbage. At the reception desk, I ask for Layla Reed. Are you family? The nurse on duty glowers at me, her mouth pinched and sour. No, I sigh. This is going to be difficult. Yeah. Also, anyone who just tried to kill themselves and is in the hospital is going to be in a locked psych ward with 0 visitors, including family. And you're not even family, so they can't even confirm to you that she is in this hospital. And no, your good looks, charm, and money will not get you anywhere, but watch them do. Watch him be able to flirt his way into a psych ward somehow, which in real life would never, ever, ever happen. Well, I'm sorry, I can't help you. She tried to open a vein in my apartment. I think I'm entitled to know where the hell she is. I hiss through my teeth. Okay, at this point, the receptionist is calling for security and possibly the police. Like, again, the police should already, like, the hospital should have already, like, called the police because she broke into his apartment, tried to kill herself, and now she's here. They're going to have massive questions. It's kind of telling. So, yeah, like, oh, that looks great. Don't take that tone with me, she snaps. I glare at her. I'm not going to get anywhere with this woman. Well, fucking duh. What did you expect? Where is your ER department? Sir, there's nothing we can do if you're not family, and she wouldn't be in the ER. Don't worry, I'll find it myself. Again, security! I growl and storm over to the double doors. I know I could call my mother, who would expedite this for me, but then I'd have to explain what happened. Also, if your mother actually did that and she works at this hospital, she'd get fired and reported. The ER is bustling with doctors and nurses. The triage is full of patients. I accost a young nurse and give her my brightest smile. Oh dear God. Like, again, in any real world, he's getting arrested. Hello, I'm looking for Layla Reed. Didn't I say he's gonna fucking charm his way into it, and because this is delusional land, it'll work, which again, real world, no fucking way. Real world, he's being told, sir, go back to the waiting room or I'm calling security, and that's it. She was admitted earlier today. Can you tell me where she might be? And you are, she asks, a flush creeping over her face. I'm her brother. I lie smoothly, ignoring her reaction. Yeah, that'll work. I have totally, by the way, totally had people lie at hospitals. I'm sure staff knows people lie all the time because they know the rules. Like, in my case, it was the person who, like, when I was, like, really young, like 9, 10, the person who was babysitting me while my mother was in the hospital, even though my mom explicitly told the hospital that, yes, you can tell the babysitter what is going on, and even gave it to them in writing because, legalities. She's like, okay, I put it in a letter, I signed it, it's dated. I give you permission to speak to this person. She put the person's name because they are watching my child and I need them to know what is going on. The hospital still was being a pain in the ass about telling the person, even though my mom gave them full legal permission. So eventually the babysitter just started lying and saying she was the sister, and my mom really does have a sister. So yeah, it was the only way she could get them to tell anything. Even with the hospital having a letter in writing from my mom saying, you can tell this person what is going on. I want you to tell them because they have my child. Like, it's ridiculous sometimes. Like, I'm not saying those rules don't exist for a reason. They do. But like, when a patient tells them it's okay to tell this non-family member what is going on for this reason, the hospital should abide by it. This way, Mr. Reed. She bustles over to the nurse's station and checks her computer. She's on the second floor. Behavioral health ward. That is a thing that does not fucking exist. Okay, the answer is psych ward. Take the elevators to the end of the corridor. And by the way, the psych ward's not letting you in even if you are the brother. No fucking way in hell. Especially with somebody who was just admitted like a couple hours ago. No fucking way. Not a chance in hell, no matter who you are. Thanks. I reward her with a wink and she pushes a stray lock behind her ear, giving me a flirtatious smile that reminds me of a certain girl I left in Georgia because he can't stop. And this is the day of making me think about my parents. What the hell? This is making me think about mom. There's the video of the dad at the school earlier that was weirdly, like, weirdly identical to my father. Not with the drugs part. My dad didn't do drugs, but showing up at my elementary school in a rage, trying to pick me up when it wasn't his turn and there was a custody arrangement, and throwing a fit and getting arrested and assaulting the staff. Yes. Like, the fact that we lived in, at the time, we lived in a suburb, like a tiny little suburb that wasn't even big enough to like be a town. I think that's the only reason my father didn't get arrested a lot more often than he did. Because I know of at least twice when he did get arrested because I saw it. And once was probably about the third or fourth time he showed up at my school. It wasn't the first time the police had been called to remove him from the school, but it was the first time where like he like caused such a scene and had scared the hell out of the secretary and broke the windows in the office because she saw him coming that time. and had locked the door, and he got mad, and so he slammed his fist on the windows while she was like calling the police because she knew like he's not allowed to take me out of school. He doesn't have custody. There was a restraining order between him and my mom. So, and this again, this is like the third or fourth time he showed up at my school to try and do this. The school had had enough, and so she's on the phone calling the cops, and he just like slammed the glass and shattered it. But it was that like safety glass, probably because of the school, so it had like that wire mesh through it, so it just shattered, but it didn't like fall apart. Um, but I remember they redid the outside of the office after that and like put like an exterior and then like an interior door. It didn't have that break before. Probably not just because of him, but he probably like just made them see like a flaw kind of in their security. Also, this is in the early 90s, so like school security was not what it would become. But yeah, he got arrested at my school that day. I don't know what came of that. I think that was before he got arrested at my grandparents' house. Yeah, it had to be. Yeah, because we left shortly, like we moved like shortly after the thing at my grandparents' house because that really scared my mom. Itchy. As I step out of the elevator onto the second floor, I know something is wrong. On the other side of what look like locked doors, two security guards and a nurse are combing the corridor. What did you expect? What did you expect? Checking each room. My scalp prickles, but I walk over to the reception area, pretending not to notice the commotion. Okay, by the way, the elevator on any psych ward floor does not open directly into the ward. It opens into like a sealed off reception area, and then there are locked doors. Like, can I help you? Asked the young man with a ring through his nose, which would not be allowed on any psych ward or in a hospital, period, because that's dangerous, but definitely not on the psych ward. I'm looking for Layla Reed. I'm her brother. Are we going to be told she's escaped from a locked psych ward like hours after slitting her wrist? Because I call bullshit. Even in Fantasyland, that is some bullshit. And no joke, this happened once. I was going to visit my mother in the hospital, and because of where the buses were, I came in the doors that were in the section that had the elevator that goes to the psych ward, which is on 4. And as I'm walking in, I'm like 13. As I'm walking in, this lady gets off the elevator and she's like frantic. Her hair's like a mess. She's like crying, and she runs out past me, runs outside because I just come in, so the door's right there. She runs out, and as she's like getting to the door, two orderlies, all in white, big guys, come running after her, and she makes it outside, and we're on a major road, major road, where all the buses are coming and going because it's the road up the mountain and down. And she ran into traffic and got hit by a bus. Like the bus was stopping when it hit her, so like it didn't like she didn't die or anything. But I remember them like running out and like going to get her, and she had escaped from the psych ward. I don't know what happened to her because I got on the elevator and went upstairs, but I saw her get hit by the bus. Uh, he pales. Oh, Mr. Reed, can you come with me? I follow him to the waiting room and sit down on the plastic chairs that he points to. I note it's bolted to the floor. The doctor will be with you shortly. Why can't I see her? I ask. Why would you expect to? The doctor will explain, he says, his expression guarded, and he exits before I can ask any further questions. Shit. Perhaps I'm too late. If she was dead, they wouldn't have like told you she's on this floor because she wouldn't be. The thought nauseates me. I get up and pace the small room, contemplating a call to Gail, but I don't have long to wait. A young man with short dreads and dark, intelligent eyes enters the room. Is he her doctor? Mr. Reed, he asks. Oh, also, why are they just like, why is nobody asking him for ID to prove he's the brother if they're about to tell him like private information? Because not at first, but when I was older, there were a couple times where I did get asked for ID at the hospital. It wasn't because they didn't believe I was her daughter or anything. There just had been, I guess there had been a security issue earlier in the day or something like that. So they were like checking everybody's ID. I wasn't asked like going in, but I was visiting my mom and I went to the cafeteria to get food and then was coming back. And that's when a security guard happened to be passing by and asked me for my ID. And I showed it to him and it was fine. And I said, like, yeah, I'm here visiting my mom. She's in room blah blah blah. So I guess they were looking for somebody or something. Um, it was weird, but it happened once or twice. In case you don't know, I spent a lot of time visiting my mom in the hospital. She died when I was 17, and out of those in total of those years, she probably spent 12 of them in the hospital collectively. Like, I really have no memory of her before I'm like 6 or 7 because she was literally constantly in the hospital for 6 months at a time and all that. So, you know, I remember when I was younger, I used to forget she existed for months at a time because my grandparents refused to take me to the hospital to see her because they thought it was like too sad for a child and like they wouldn't let me talk to her on the phone. So I'd forget she existed for like months at a time. Mr. Reed, he asks, where's Layla? He assesses me for a moment and then sighs and steels himself. I'm afraid I don't know. He says, she managed to give us the slip. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? A woman who has just slashed both her wrists and nearly died within hours of this. It's depending on how long it takes to fly from Georgia to Seattle. Let's say it's been 6 hours. Yeah, that managed to escape a locked psych ward. You suck. Okay, you definitely suck as a hospital. Your security sucks, and you should be firing some people if that happened. Because, dear God, like, how do you let that happen? Like, you definitely suck. Like, think of the PR nightmare if somebody found that out. Or if she turns up like dead having jumped off a bridge and the hospital's like has to explain like how did you let this happen because yeah, you let this happen. But I know a high school that should have been burned to the ground after letting something far worse happen. So, what? She's gone. How she got out, I don't know. That's because the author's too stupid to write it. Got out? I exclaim in disbelief and sink into one of the chairs. He sits down opposite me. He already said he was sitting down. Yes, she's disappeared. We're doing a search for her now. I'm not saying you can't disappear in a hospital. I've done it. Hell, I spent like several nights sleeping on random gurneys in the basement of hospitals when we were like between places and she was in the hospital and I had nowhere to go or like whoever I usually stayed with was like out of town. So yeah, you can always find like an empty room or like somewhere in a hospital basement to grab a nap. And believe me, I was not the only one. Med students do it all the time. Where do you think I got the idea? Also, they put broken vending machines in the basement so you can just bang them and get free food. So that works. I mean, it's like chips and like month-old sandwiches, but it's food. Uh, she's still here? We don't know. And who are you? I ask. I'm Dr. Azwicki? A Zikkiwe. You had to make it like some stupid complicated name. The on-call psychiatrist. There's a job nobody wants. He looks too young to be a psychiatrist. What can you tell me about Layla? I ask. That would be nothing, because even if you are family, which you're not, they still can't tell you anything without her consent. Well, she was admitted after a failed suicide attempt. We're just going to pretend HIPAA laws don't exist. Okay. She tried to slash one of her wrists at an ex-boyfriend's house. His housekeeper brought her here. I feel the blood draining from my face. And, I ask, I need more information. Why do you think this guy has more information? That's about as much as we know. Doi. She said it was an error of judgment, that she's fine, and we wanted to keep her here under observation and ask her further questions. That's not up for debate. If she just did that, she's on a 3-day hold, no questions. Period, end of. Like, that's not her choice. Though, I will say, I knew somebody who slit both their wrists and took over 70 stitches in the ER and said that she was definitely going to do it again if they let her go. And you know what? They let her go. And 2 hours later, the police found her on a bridge and had to tackle her to stop her from jumping. And then returned her to the same fucking hospital, who then said, oh, maybe we should have admitted her like 2 to 3 hours ago when she was here and we were stitching up her slit wrists and she was actively telling us she was going to do it again, but we let her go. Joseph Brant Memorial in Burlington. That was the hospital. Did you talk to her? I did. Why did she do this? She said it was a cry for help, nothing more. And having made such a spectacle of herself, she was embarrassed and wanted to go home. Again, not her choice. She said she didn't want to kill herself. I believed her. I suspect it was just suicidal ideation on her part. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. Someone who takes a knife to themselves is serious. Somebody who downs 4 aspirin instead of 2 and then calls 911, they're looking for attention. How do I let my glass be empty? This is not allowed. Puppy's back asleep. Kitty's in a coma on his box. He spent so much energy trying to escape today. He spent a good 45 minutes sitting by the door and just loudly yowling at me to open it, trying to see if that would work. Spoilers, it didn't. He was an unhappy kitty. His tail was doing that thump thrash that they do when they're pissed. It was cute. How could you let her escape? I run my hand through my hair trying to contain my frustration. I don't know how she's gotten away. There'll be an internal investigation. If she contacts you, I suggest you urge her to come back. Yeah, right. And he's right. How did you let her escape? But also, he's not saying she was put on an actual hold or anything. So did you actually have the right to keep her there? Because he's not saying we put her on a psych hold and then somehow she escaped. He's saying we talked to her, she said it was basically a mistake and wanted to go home, and then somehow she left. Can I ask you some questions? Sure, I agree, distracted. Is there any history of mental illness in your family? I frown, then remember he's talking about Layla's family. I don't know. My family's very private about such matters. You would know. You would know. I mean, hell, I literally don't know anything about fully half of my family, including what happened to one of my grandfathers. That, theoretically I have. Right? And, right? I was thinking that too. Escape is a bad choice of words for a hospital. That sounds like a prison. And again, he's not said Of course, we put her on a 72-hour psych hold, and so the police are out looking for her, which they would be. Like, and again, the hospital would be on lockdown. Everybody's key cards would be getting checked. Everybody's ID would be getting checked. Like, because this is in 2011. Lockdown systems would have been fully in place in hospitals by then. Like, I know somebody who had a kid. Telling Toy Story, yes, it is. Yes, it very much is. Oh, but I know someone who they had a baby about that time, and they were at the father was at church because he was a deacon, and he had to stop by for some reason. But his wife and baby were still in the hospital. The baby was very small, and so they kept the baby for a couple of weeks actually, trying to get her weight up before they let her go home. And he had this metal hospital bracelet, and it was metal, and it was like welded on. And I asked him like, why do you have that? And he's like, because the neonatal ward, you have to like scan it. It's got like an RFID chip that you have to tap on the doors or they won't open. And if you don't have one of these bracelets that lets you in, then you're not getting into that ward. He's like, they have unbelievable security. Like in the ward where they keep the babies, yeah, there's ridiculous amounts of security. And that was back then. Uh no, Christian has no authority to put her on a psych hold, but the hospital does. She was brought in an ambulance with one of her wrists slashed after breaking into, so there's where the police, after breaking into his apartment. So the hospital would have put her on a psych hold. Well, okay, we are talking about America, so I can't say I know that for sure. But we're saying she wouldn't have been like, they usually call it Baker acted or 5150. I think we actually should use the term 5150 here, or at least I've heard it. It might just be slang though. Ugh. Ow. Ugh, my hand hurts from the weight of the book. I really want to rip it in half so it's lighter, but I also don't want to. And you didn't tell me how does Sasha react to kitties when she encounters them. True. True. If she made up a story or said it was an accident or something, yeah. Because hospitals have gotten sued for keeping people when they shouldn't. Including one incredibly like nightmare fuel story of I think it was in Hawaii. I want to say it's probably still ongoing, of a guy that the police arrested and brought to the hospital, and the police told the hospital that he was like, I'm gonna get these names wrong because I don't remember, so I'm making up names. The police like, I'm making up a name here. The police told the hospital that his name was John Miller, but the guy's actual name was like, I don't know, Bryce Smith. I'm making him up. But the hospital admitted him as John Miller and then thought he was delusional, claiming that that was not his name and that he was somebody else. And they kept him for 2 years in a locked psych ward and drugged him repeatedly, thinking he was delusional every time he tried to claim, no, I am not the person that the police like brought me here under that name. I had ID. The police took it from me. And because he was on a locked psych ward, they wouldn't let him like make any phone calls or anything until like finally he got a psychiatrist who was not a fucking idiot and basically Google searched the name that he was telling them is his real name, and sure enough his sister had reported him missing, and so it came up complete with picture, and it's like, yeah, this guy is who he's been telling you that he is. The police were wrong, the hospital was wrong, and nobody looked into it for 2 years. Yep, that's what I would do. That's exactly what I would do. Yeah. Yeah. But that is exactly what I would do if I was ever put on a psych hold. I never was. However, there are times when I should have been, honestly. There's a couple times where I wasn't taken to the hospital when I should have been, But there were a few times when I was a teenager, underage. This plays a factor. I was a minor at the time. And the person bringing me to the hospital saying that I was suicidal and I had a plan, which both of which were true and I admitted to, the person bringing me in was not family. It was the babysitter. And literally, after much debating and talking to their in-house counsel, the hospital decided they couldn't admit me, even though I was telling them that I was both suicidal and had a plan, because the person bringing me in was not family. They were not my mother, basically. So basically, that person being not family couldn't have me admitted to the hospital, even though I absolutely. And I remember hearing them say, I'm sitting here listening to all this. I remember them saying, yes, I met the criteria for being put on a hold, but because the person is not my mother, they would not do it because they were afraid of legal repercussions. They're basically afraid my mother would sue them. So it's like, yeah, we know somebody's suicidal and in desperate need of mental health care and is in like a deplorable state of very like depressed and all kinds of other things going on, but we're refusing to help them because we're afraid of getting sued. But yeah, the shutting up for 3 days and leaving, that's pretty much exactly what I would have done. Because I'm not saying psych holds don't help people and they're not necessary. Sometimes they absolutely are necessary, but also they're not, there's no long term solution there. Because let's not pretend that, like, you know, people that get put on a psych holder when they leave are like given an actual psychiatrist to have ongoing care or an ongoing way to get their meds or whatever. Why do you think hospitals have frequent flyers? Because people get admitted, they get put on their meds for 3 days, then they get released and they don't have access to their meds. They don't have access to a doctor or to long term care that they need. And so they wind up back in the psych ward every few days. And it's like a vicious cycle because long term care is a joke. I hope your family member was okay, though. Uh, he looks concerned. Do you know anything about this ex boyfriend? No, I stayed a little too quickly. Have you contacted her husband? The doctor's eyes widen. She's married? Yes. It's not what she told us. Oh well, I'll call him. I won't waste any more of your time. But I have more questions for you. Honestly, a doctor's not going to waste his time asking somebody he thinks is the brother questions. No fucking way. He's got other patients to deal with. He doesn't care about this. She's gone and it's not his fault. So, yeah, no. I'd rather spend my time looking for her. She's obviously in a bad way. I rise. But this husband, I'll get in touch with him. If this is getting me nowhere, it shouldn't have gotten you this far. But we should do that, Dr. Whatever his name is stands. Actually, no. And again, no random doctor is gonna be like concerned about a psych patient that escaped and be like, oh, we should contact her husband we didn't know she had. No, they're fucking not. No fucking way in hell. Like, they don't give a fucking damn. Like, this is why I say hospitals have all the worst doctors because in the private sector, to quote Ghostbusters, they expect results. So if you suck or you're just starting out and therefore nobody trusts you, equally fair, you're going to wind up in the hospital because they're the places that always have an opening, always need staff, and will hire you when you're brand new. I'm not saying it's not a good fit. A lot of doctors need that kind of environment. I'm sure they learn a lot and they get a lot of experience with a lot of different things, which is good. Especially if like, after spending 5 years, say, and working in a hospital, working in the ER, you go out in private practice, you're at least more ready for it than like people who graduate med school one day and then open the private practice the next day. I'm always sus of those people because like Technically, you're a doctor, dude, but that doesn't mean you know anything yet. You know, you graduated med school. That doesn't mean you know shit. Uh, I can't help you. I need to find her. I head to the door. Mr. Reed. Goodbye, I mutter, hurrying out of the waiting room and not bothering with the elevator. I take the fire escape stairs two at a time. If you went out the fire escape on a hospital, you'd set off an alarm that would be so blaring you'd be deaf. A memory from my childhood surfaces. A small and scared and mute. I'm small and scared and mute, and the smell of disinfectant and blood clouds my nostrils. Oh boy, we're getting a flashback. I shudder. As I step out of the hospital, I stand for a moment and let the torrential rain wash that memory away. It's been a stressful afternoon, but at least the rain is a refreshing relief from the heat in Savannah. Taylor swings around to pick me up in the SUV because he magically knows where you were. Sound of a puppy scratching at the couch. We've talked about his digging tendencies. He did get in trouble for digging a hole in the garden the other day. I didn't see him do it. I was talking to somebody and not paying attention to him, which is probably why he thought it was a good moment to dig a hole. Because he knows I'll stop. I'm just waiting for the pool to open up. I think I have a bathing suit that still fits, and I'm determined this summer I will get out and go into the pool at least once. I love to swim, and every summer I tell myself I'm gonna like put my big girl panties on and go swimming by myself and get outside and get some fresh air and some exercise and just enjoy the water, but I never do. This year I'm determined. If I have a bathing suit that fits, or one that I can put like shorts over. Because I'm sure as hell not gonna spend like $200 on a new bathing suit, and yes, that's what they cost. It's insane. Also, trying to find a one piece that doesn't look like it's for an 85-year-old when you're plus size is insane. Also, just finding a one piece sometimes can be really hard because it's like, oh, everybody wants bikinis. Well, no, a lot of women don't. And I would like something that actually covers my boobs if I can find it. Though I do like the shorts with the skirt. That's always nice. Home, I direct him as I get back in the car. Once I've buckled my seatbelt, I call Welch from my cell phone. Mr. Gray, he growls. Welch, I have a problem. I need you to locate Layla Reed, niece Williams. Yeah, just find this random person who I don't know what last name she's going by. I don't know if she's still in the city. I don't have her cell phone number or an address. But find her. Yeah, that's yeah. Uh-huh. Gail is pale and quiet as she studies me with concern. You're not going to finish, sir? She asks. I shake my head. Was the food okay? Yes, of course. I give her a small smile. After today's events, I'm not hungry. How are you bearing up? He didn't even give the housekeeper the day off after that just happened in front of her. I'm good, Mr. Gray. It was a total shock. I just want to keep busy. Okay, if he like tried to give her the day off, but we should have that scene, and she was like, "No, I need to keep busy. I need to work." Like, and she lives there too. So, but we need that scene. Otherwise, he's an asshole. I hear you. Thanks for making dinner. If you remember anything, let me know. Of course, but like I said, she only wanted to speak to you. Why? What is she expecting me to do? He really has no idea. Really? He's supposed to be that like for a guy who's supposed to be a self-made master of the universe and he's oh so smart at business and technology, how is he this stupid? Thanks for not involving the police. Ah! We get an answer. We get an answer. Somebody, I'm telling you, somebody called her out. Somebody must have called her out for the lack of police every time there should have been police in the first book. And so we get this lame ass line of supposedly the housekeeper didn't involve the police when somebody broke into the apartment. Really? Does he make his staff like swear they'll never call the police because he's afraid of what they'll find? It's like when horror movies invent a reason that cell phones don't work. Oh my god. The police are not what that girl needs. She needs help. She does. I wish I knew where she was. You'll find her, she says with quiet confidence, surprising me. Yeah, because she knows what a stalker you are, and for once those skills are being put to almost good use. Do you need anything? I ask. No, Mr. Gray, I'm fine. She takes the plate with my half eaten meal to the sink. The news from Welch about Layla is frustrating. The trail has gone cold. What did you expect? She's not at the hospital, and they're still mystified as to how she escaped because the writer's too stupid to figure it out. She's honest to God. You want all access in a hospital, you know what you do? You steal a white coat. That's all you have to do. Nobody will question you. It's like wearing a police uniform or a firefighter uniform. People don't question the uniform. So steal a white coat, walk around like you are better than everybody else, and glare at anybody that like questions you. Believe me, you can get around anywhere in a hospital because they will absolutely defer to your perceived authority just by wearing a white coat. Believe me. And people have pulled off some epic shit by doing just that. Same for like military. People have broken onto military bases and like stolen rocket launchers just by like renting a colonel uniform and walking around like, with the authority and saying like, show me this, show me that, and I'm commandeering this, and then they walk off the base with a rocket launcher and then everybody's like, yeah, that was Colonel so and so, and like 3 days later they find out there is no Colonel so and so. It's like, yeah, it works. It absolutely works. Hi. We're a puppy. You want to come up? All right, one more time. Come on. Okay, Bo, when I say come up, you're supposed to come up, not lay down and do rub my belly. Because he's doing rub my belly. Rub my belly. You know you want to. You know you want to. Rub my belly. Come here. All right, I'll rub your belly, you little suck. You sucky. You sucky baby. You're a sucky baby. Good as you are. Now do you want up? All right, come on. Up, up. Last chance. Up, up. You're okay. Come on, you're a good boy. Come on, up. Bo. Bo, come on. Come on up. Up, up, up. Come on. No, you too tired? Okay. Okay, belly, belly, belly. Belly, belly, belly. Belly, 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 belly. You okay? You take a nap. Okay. You gonna have a nap or you wanna come up? You wanna come up? No, you're too tired. I think you just wanted some love. Yeah, and I cannot believe I'm gonna be 38 next week. And my birthday's on a Saturday, so we're gonna have a birthday live stream. Anyone who's got suggestions for things I should do, please let me know. And like get them in early so I have time to arrange things. So we got 7 days. Oh, second plug of the evening. We still have 2 ducks left. We have 2. Only 2 that have never been out of this bag. They have a space waiting for them. We have 2 ducks left. They're very lonely. And there is still time to cuff me up if you want to. Or make me chug. I will do either. Yeah, I still got a glass left, so yeah. Yeah, puppy just wanted to belly up. Now he's going back in his cage. A small part of me admires that. She was always resourceful. What could have made her so unhappy? I rest my head in my hands. What a day. From the sublime to the ridiculous. Really, we're calling her suicide attempt in your apartment ridiculous. That's polite. Hi. With the pawing at my leg. Okay, up. Oh, now we want to listen. Now we want to listen, huh? Now we want to listen. Now we want to listen and be a puppy. Huh? Huh? Now we want to listen. Huh? What's the matter? You've had so much attention tonight. Yes, you've had so much attention. Yes, you have. No, he says, hello, Sasha. Hello. Okay, I know. Don't turn you that way. You don't like it. Okay. I know. I know. You're sucky. You're a sucky baby. No, you're a sucky baby. You're a sucky baby. He's being jealous because I'm just not paying attention to him. And he's worried I'm paying attention to another doggy on the internet. That's the problem. But you don't know that Sasha's a doggy. You don't know that I'm loving on her. Doesn't mean I don't love on you. Yes, I always love on you. Don't you get snuggle cuddles every day? And belly rubs and food and treats? And they encourage you to bite the kitty when he's being a brat? Yeah, you should bite him more often. Yeah, you wouldn't be such a brat. But also, you shouldn't chase him. You know, he wouldn't smack at you if you didn't chase him sometimes for no reason. Yep, he's a woof woof. He's making a bit of a nuisance of himself tonight. If Sasha's still on your lap, scratch your ears for me. Not if she's sleeping, no, let her be. No, yes. No, yes. Yes, you're sucky baby. You sucky baby. You sucky baby. Yes, you are. You sucky baby. You sucky baby. You're a sucky baby. You're a sucky baby. Yes, you are. You sucky baby. Okay, come here. Okay, you're getting belly rubs for like 2 minutes and then going down. Yes. You still need to trim your claws, even though you hate it. He acts like I'm trying to murder him when I cut his nails. Yeah, good baby. Yes, you go, baby. Yes, you go, baby. You looking at my new toy? He keeps trying to snip it. I got a new toy in the mail that I forgot was coming. When I first got it, I emailed like 2 people and was like, "Did you send this to me?" And I was like, they were like, "No," and I was like, "Oh yeah, I might have ordered this like 7 weeks ago," and then completely forgot. And it's actually the wrong thing because the one I ordered, it's supposed to be connected here to here because I was worried about these being sharp, you know, and like cutting places they shouldn't. So it's supposed to have a bar here. So this is going back. Starting with Anna, and now this mess to deal with. Taylor is at a loss as to how Layla got into the apartment. Wow, she really is a magician. She's escaped a hospital and broken into a high security apartment. Nobody has any idea how this like random girl could have possibly. Yeah, right. Just yeah. Let's not write anything that makes sense. Let's just say we don't know how she did it. She just kind of did. Yeah, that's not fucking lazy. And Gail has no idea either. Apparently, Layla marched into the kitchen demanding to know where I was, and when Gail said I wasn't there, she cried out, "He is gone," then slashed her wrist with a box cutter. Fortunately, the cut wasn't deep. Ew! I glance at Gail cleaning up the kitchen. My blood runs cold. Layla could have hurt her. Yeah, that's your fucking thought. Like, literally that thought just underscores how disposable his sex slaves are to him. Like, again, this is why we think he's killed at least 11 of them. Perhaps Layla's objective was to hurt me. But why? Gee, I can't imagine. I scrunch my eyes, trying to remember if anything in our last correspondence might give me a clue as to why she's gone off the rails. It's email. Just pull it up and read it. I draw a blank. Exasperated and with a sigh, I head into my study. As I sit down, my phone buzzes with a text. Anna? Okay, so we've proven text messaging exists, and yet these two still fucking email 97 times a day. I've never emailed that much with anybody in my life. It's Elliot. Hey, hotshot, want to shoot some pool? Shooting pool with Elliot means him coming here and drinking all my beer. Frankly, I'm not in the mood. He does not seem like the type of person that keeps the fridge like stocked with beer. Champagne and fine wine, yes. Beer, no. Working next week? Sure. Before I hit the beach, I'll thrash you. Laters. I love that we've turned his brother from like successful like architect contractor into idiot playboy who gets drunk and like has a string of one night stands. Hey, is that supposed to make Christian look better by comparison somehow? I toss my phone onto the desk and pour over Layla's file. There we go. Looking for anything that might give me a clue as to where she is. I find her parents' address and phone number, but nothing for her husband. Where is he? Why isn't she with him? Because what, you didn't update your stalker files? It's lazy stalking. I don't want to call her parents and alarm them. Do you think they don't know? I call Welch and give him the number. He can find out if she's been in touch with them. So you don't want to call her parents and alarm them, but you'll have somebody else do it for you? I switch on my iMac and there's an email from Anna. Oh, I thought we were at the end of the chapter there. We're not. Okay, look at how much space is at the bottom of this fucking page. Seriously. But I guess the emails were like copy pasted in block. Because really, you could put like up to here. You could put this much on the previous page. I thought that was the end of the chapter. It's not. Okay. From her to him, safe arrival. Dear sir, please let me know that you arrived safely. I'm starting to worry, thinking of you. Your Anna. Kiss. Before I know it, my finger is on the. Oh, Artie said thank you for sending him the song, or for saying happy birthday. I'm not sure. I hope he found the song funny. It was meant to be funny. It is a funny song. It's the Arrogant Worms. For anyone who doesn't know, they're a Canadian comedy band. And they wrote a happy birthday song that's like mocking the fact that you got older, but like deal with it and cut the stupid cake. They're good. They're really good. Two of my favorites are Canada's Really Big. Oh, the Mountie song. If you've never heard the Mountie song by the Arrogant Worms, please listen to the Mountie song. I think it's one of the best things ever created. It's hilarious. And the War of 1812. Yeah, Canada's Really Big, the Mountie song, and the War of 1812 are probably three of the best comedy songs ever put out there. They're really good. They're definitely a national treasure. They also have a song, no joke, that is called "Forgive Us, We're Canadian," because they were touring in America, and a idiot critic, apparently being really stupid, wrote about their concert that he really liked their music and he thought they were really funny, but he also thought that they had, quote, too much Canadian content. They're a Canadian comedy band, you. So in response, they wrote a song called "Forgive Us, We're Canadian," which is the most Canadian thing ever. Oh, that and the hockey song. You want to make fun of Canadians? Listen to the hockey song. It's called "Me Like Hockey." It's fucking hilarious. I'm gonna spend all night listening to Arrogant Worms now. Before you know it, my finger is on the little kiss she sent me. Anna, sappy, cray, sappy, get a grip. Him to her, sorry. Dear Miss Steele, I've arrived safely. Please accept my apologies for not letting you know. I do not want to cause you any worry. It's heartwarming to know you care for me. Excuse me. I'm thinking of you too, and as ever, looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. I press send and wish she was here with me. She brightens up my home and my life. Me. I shake my head at my fanciful thoughts and look through the rest of my emails. Recalling that fanciful, but not when he was thinking about fucking her in the bathroom of an IHOP. A ping tells me there's a new one from Anna. Really, like, fucking text message. Her to him, re the situation. Dear Mr. Gray, I think it's very evident that I care for you deeply. How could you doubt that? Because he's emotionally bereft. I know I'm quoting Arrogant Worms. They also have a song called It's Great to Be a Nerd, which is way ahead of its time. Emotionally bereft and sexually frustrated. We know the truth is out there, but we have to leave our rooms. They're certainly of a time. They were referencing X-Files, of course. Oh, and somebody's brushing on my leg and wagging their... Okay, Bo, seriously. I cannot pick you up again. You were just up. You were just up. You were just up and being loved on and petting your head. Okay? I'm petting your head. Yes, I'm petting your head. I know you're being a puppy. I know. I know. And you're being such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're being a very good boy. You're being a very good boy. Yes, you are. Okay? But you need to lay down because you cannot be this level of sucky, okay? No, I'm not going to rub your belly. No. You need to curl up and go to sleep. Okay? Okay, I'm rubbing your belly. Okay, I'm rubbing your belly. Okay, belly. There you go. Now go to sleep, mister. You should be having an extended nap by now. Okay? Go to sleep. I'll take you to bed later and snuggle you. Okay? So you go under your puppy bed and have a nap. Uh, her to him, read the situation. Dear Mr. Gray, I think it's very evident I care for you deeply. How could you doubt that? I hope your situation. Hello, new person. This is 50. This is the first book of 50 Shades told from his perspective. So that's why it's called Gray, because it's Christian Gray's perspective of everything that happened in the book 50 Shades of Grey, the first one. But welcome here. Good to have you. I hope your situation is under control. Your Anna X. P.S. Are you going to tell me what I said in my sleep? She cares for me deeply. That's nice. All at once, that foreign feeling, absent all day, stirs and expands in my chest. Beneath it is a swell of pain I don't want to acknowledge or deal with. It tugs at a lost memory of a young woman brushing out her long dark hair. Fuck. Don't go there, Gray. I respond to Anna's email and as a distraction decide to tease her. Great, great. So he's having like an emotional flashback and so he's like, "Yep, let me play with my toy to distract myself probably by he's going to say something to be a jerk and make her mad because he likes it when she's mad. Because he's not used to his fuck dolls like being mad at him." And so that's kind of a new turn on for him of, oh my God, you didn't let me treat you like garbage and use you as a sex slave? Wow, that's so hot. And like I've known guys like that. They are the worst. They are the absolutely not worth your time kind of worst. And like, don't. Just all the levels of don't. Dear Miss Steele, I like very much that you care for me. The situation here is not yet resolved. Oh God, how many pages of emails do we have? A few pages of emails. With regard to your PS, the answer is no. Her to him, pleading insanity. I hope it was amusing, but you should know I cannot accept any responsibility for what comes out of my mouth when I am unconscious. In fact, you probably misheard me. A man of your advanced years is surely a little deaf. Oh, that's a quality jibe because even though it's bullshit, because she's like 24, he's like 28, and they keep in this one and only this one. This was not in the original books, but in this one they keep like making some joke or something that like he's so much older than her, and I'm like, it's 4 years. That's like nothing. Like, as long as everybody's above 18, what does it matter? Like I literally when I was 18 was in not a romantic relationship, but a sexual relationship with people that were like 6 decades my senior, okay? Like I'm not going to explain why, judge me if you want to, but it like age doesn't always like matter. I'm not saying it shouldn't in some cases. It certainly should, but there's times where it doesn't. And in 4 years is like nothing. Especially if both people are in their 20s, like doesn't matter. Like and yet in this one they seem to be pretending he's like 50 or something, which is really weird. I mean, it would make more sense for like how successful and like huge his company is supposed to be if yeah, he was let's say in his 40s or something, that would make a lot more sense. But I mean, maybe they couldn't go that far. I don't know. For the first time since I got back to Seattle, I laugh. What a welcome distraction she is. Dude, get a hooker. From him to her, pleading guilty. Dear Miss Steele, sorry, could you speak up? I can't hear you. Her response is, by the way, if somebody was flirting with me like this, it would be so over. Her to him, pleading insanity again. You're driving me crazy. How? Because this is so pathetic. Him to her, I hope so. Dear Miss Steele, I intend to do exactly that on Friday evening, looking forward to it. I have to think of something extra special for my little freak. And we have the first line worthy of being highlighted all night, which says something. I've gone through like 30 pages and I haven't highlighted anything. Partly because it's so repetitive and I've already highlighted things to that effect, but we're going with this one. I really gotta get another highlighter. Also, let's point out how old these highlighters are. Okay, do we see the name there? Hey, camera, focus. Focus. Please focus. Okay, maybe if I put it in front of my face. Okay, there we go. Okay, for anyone who can't read it, it says Grand and Toy, GRAND and sign toy, because there's a store. I don't know if this ever existed outside Canada, But there was a store called Grand and Toy, which everyone here pronounced Grand and Toy. There was a like office supply store. And so it was one of the places you'd go to get school supplies, including highlighters. So I bought these highlighters when I was like, when did I start buying my own stuff? Probably when I actually started high school. So like when I was 16, like 22 years ago. So yeah, I probably had these highlighters for upwards of 20 years. Because this company went out of business a long time ago. They've been gone for quite a while. And they were never like huge. But Grand and Toy's been gone for a long time, and that's where these are from. Her to him, subject Gur, I'm officially pissed at you. Why? This is stupid. Good night, Miss A.R. Steele. Whoa. Would I tolerate this from anyone else? Tolerate what? What? Nothing is happening. You're both atrociously pretending to flirt at each other in a way that is so eternal. I would never want to have sex again if this was him to her, wildcat. Apparently they were watching Speed. Are you growling at me, Miss Steele? I possess a cat of my own for growlers. He means a cat of nine tails, which well, I have something better than that. It's over there. It's in a, I'm not getting up to get it. Maybe I'll have it on my desk for next week. She doesn't respond. 5 minutes go by and nothing. 6, 7. Damn, she means it. Yeah, she said good night. What? Ugh. How can I tell her that while she slept, she said she wouldn't leave me? She'll think I'm crazy. 'Cause you are! You cannot take what anybody said in their sleep seriously! This just emphasizes he's like a child. No, I don't think so. Not via email at least, or really any time, because even in the car on the way to the soaring this morning, that thing, the Thomas Crown affair scene, they were still fighting. They were still fighting because he picked that moment after he woke her up at 5 a.m. without warning her and without telling her what they were doing, and just said, "Get dressed and come with me." When they're in the car and she's like half asleep, he picks then to tell her that he's had like kind of serious relationships a couple of times before, meaning it lasted longer than a month or two, and they weren't all submissives, and then to talk about his previous submissives in a way that would only piss her off on the way to doing this grand romantic gesture of his of taking her soaring, which he counts as more because she wants more. And so he thinks like, oh yeah, I'll just do this grand romantic gesture, that's what she means. Like, yeah, she means spend money on me, show me lavish shit from, that the 1% get to enjoy and all that crap. And that's not at all what she means by more, but he doesn't know what that means. So he's like, yeah, I'll do something costs a lot of money and is impressive and all that jive. And that's what she means. That's more. While telling her, like, he did tell her, like, okay, there's been like 15 of you before, but they all either they wanted more, or he said like one of them met somebody else, some of them they weren't compatible, and the rest wanted more and he didn't, so that's why he dropped them. And it's like, yeah, I want to hear about your past sex slaves. Well, you're dragging me to God knows where at 5 a.m. and you won't tell me where we're going. Like, yes, it worked in the movie. This is true. This is what Hollywood has to answer for someday. Because Hollywood definitely perpetuates the stalking is sexy thing. Because what happens in every meet cute rom-com type movie ever? Guy meets girl, girl is not interested, guy stalks girl, girl finds this sexy, and they wind up together. So it's very much sending bad messages. And I feel sorry for like young men that they're getting these atrocious messages. I really do. But I also feel equally bad that there are so many women out there that are like, oh yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Like there was this dumbass bitch years ago, and she turned out to be a hoaxer and an idiot. But a lot of people fell for her bullshit. Of she posted some teenage idiot who wanted to be a like viral sensation. This is before YouTube was a thing. Um, who posted a video on whatever the TikTok before TikTok was of saying that, oh, if your boyfriend beats you, that means he really loves you because he's risking going to jail for beating you. So that means he really loves you. And it was all bullshit. And she got called out for it eventually. But that took like a year. And it raised this whole controversy at the time of like, like, oh, well, if a guy's willing to like physically control you and like dominate you and control your life and tell you who you can and cannot talk to, is that real love? And this is before these books came out, I'm pretty sure. Or right at the same time. But it no, idiot society. And Dr. Phil made like hate the fuck out of it. He's such a pervert. He's such a disgusting parasite. And but he made like multiple specials out of that bullshit, and she was turned out to be a total fraud. And then he never answered it when she got found out. He just stopped talking about it and went on to the next scam. But yeah, how many movies promote the idea that stalking is sexy? A lot of them. A lot of them. And it's like, no, stop it. It's not sexy. Stop. How about instead of teaching like young men to, pursue her when because no means yes, and she doesn't really mean it when she says fuck off. How about we teach men to gracefully accept the word no? I'm not interested, thank you, but no. Like, lipstick mold. That's what I should get for my birthday. Because I have all these like this shade is expired now. They're not expired. It's discontinued. I can still find it a few places online and I'm going to order some before it runs out. But I have all these like tubes that okay, what happens is this. Okay, there's still like lipstick down to there, but it's stuck in the tube. So what I'm going to do is like take it out carefully and like reform it into a new lipstick. So I just need a mold and a clear plastic lipstick tube to do that. The problem is when I look for these things, the clear plastic tubes are sold like by the 100, and it's like I don't need 100, I just need one. And again, the mold, it's like a 20-piece mold, and it's like $57, and it's like no, I just need one. Actually, I don't even. I just need the clear tube, and I'll stuff it in and stick it in the freezer because that's apparently the method of like reforming lipstick when you have like the end of the tube. Because this is a problem. Like so much makeup and nail polish and shit gets wasted just because of the container that it's in. That it's difficult to get out, or that like yeah, an inch of the lipstick is inside the container, and so you can't actually use it. And it's like, what a fucking waste. And like, what am I paying for? Like, no wonder makeup's a ripoff anyway. Like, let's not pretend. Makeup is one of the biggest ripoffs in the world. That and pads, and tampons and stuff like that. But like, pads and tampons should be completely free. But we don't live in that world. I think there was one country, I want to say it was Scotland or something, that like voted to make them free or something, or they tried to. I'm not sure if it was successful. Like here, like the most recent thing we did was get rid of the tax on them. But the problem is the only reason there was a tax on feminine hygiene products, cute name, was because the Harper government 25 years ago put one on it. And that is one of the things that led to them getting ousted as a government. And the reason we didn't have another conservative government ever. We haven't had a federal conservative government since, though in Ontario where I live, we did have a conservative government um, recently. Ford is conservative, though he may be out on his ass come Monday. We'll see. We're having an election. The election's over. The election is over here. Voting is on Monday, but the election is over because you can't campaign on the weekend. So everybody got their last ads in on Thursday, and then they ran on Friday. You can't campaign on the weekend, and you sure as hell can't campaign on election day, which is Monday. I already voted. I went to the convention center and voted early. I already voted. Um, but yeah, we'll see what the returns are. NDP looks like they might make a big comeback where I am, which would be nice. They might seriously gain some ground in Ontario, which would be nice because they're my party. They're who I voted for. I vote for them when it makes sense. When they have the numbers, and this time they did. So I did vote for them this time, but when they don't, I do vote Liberal over other parties. And again, people think it's so weird that Canadians will vote for multiple parties during their life, and it's like in Ontario where I live, there's 11 parties in the riding right now. So no, it's not unusual for somebody to vote for multiple parties within their lifetime because there's a lot of things that play into that. No, I'm hoping Bloc Québécois ends up disbanded at the end of this because they may not even hold Quebec because they've been losing a lot of ground in Quebec in the last 6 years because basically French people are sick of them making them look bad. And the problem is they're one party, they're a one issue party. Their issue was Quebec independence. They held multiple referendums, I think 3, and they all failed. So Quebec did not secede from Canada because it can't survive on its own as a country. And their proposed solution was that Quebec would become an independent country, but would still keep the currency of Canada and would still, by the way, keep all the federal money from Canada. They still wanted all the federal money that pays for everything in Quebec, but they wanted to be recognized as an independent and sovereign country. And it's like, yeah, it don't work that way. Sit down and shut up. Like, there's a reason Black Quebecois members have been thrown out of the House of Commons more than any other party. And all they've done is make themselves look worse and worse. So yeah, if they disband in the next, either directly after this election, which they should, or within the next 2 years, I won't be surprised at all because they stopped being relevant 5 years ago. Nobody cares. Quebec is not going to secede. Therefore, your only issue as a party is gone. So stop being a party because all you do is get thrown out of the chamber and say insulting shit at other people that makes you look bad. Stop. Like the Green Party has more fucking weight, and they were also a single issue party that said we want to take over the federal government, legalize weed, and then disband government because that's all we care about. We legalize weed. Why are they still a party? Kind of for funsies, honestly. They've got like 2%. Okay, nobody's voting for them. They get like 2 seats nationally, and one is in Manitoba where nobody lives. So they shouldn't even be a party, but they're doing it for fun at this point because we have fun like that. Canadian sense of humor can be weird sometimes, okay? Look at Mike Myers' bleach blonde hair. Though I love that he's been getting political. Though also apparently conservatives over the weekend dug up like the corpse of Stephen Harper. He was the conservative prime minister that we had that put a tax on tampons that got reversed later and cut disability and also infamously, this also led to them being voted out. Disability access was a big thing when he was prime minister, and he infamously said that disabled bathrooms as well as other places that were labeled wheelchair accessible were allowed to have a 2-inch, I think that's about that, 2-inch step, 2-inch step or 2-inch ledge that he guessed, he's like, people with a wheelchair, they can just go over it. Yeah, have you ever tried doing that in a manual wheelchair? Or even in an electric one? A lot of them cannot get over that. And it's not accessible if there's this much of a ramp or a ledge or a step in my way. Like, that was a lot of why they got voted out because they basically were turning into Americans, and that's what Poilievre is doing now. That's why women are at like 7%. Even conservative women. Polls have said even women that identify as conservative are not willing to vote for Poliviera because they're afraid of what he will do. Mostly about gun laws, because he basically wants to make, like, American gun laws work here at a time when the entire GTA, prior to COVID, was considering becoming a gun-free zone. And yet, yeah, you want to open up gun laws to stupid crap that nobody should own. Yeah, that's not going to fly. It's 3 groups you can't win without here: parents, teachers, and women. And the first 2 are made of the third. And all he's done for 4 years is insult women. And he basically said, he stood up in the chamber, he got banned for 2 days for this, but he stood up and basically said that, women should be forced to get married and have children and tend to their husbands, blah, blah, blah. The surrender Dorothy bullshit. No, we'll see how it shakes out on Monday. At least it's over. Him to her, what you said in your sleep. Anastasia, I'd rather hear you say the words that you uttered in your sleep when you're conscious. That's why I won't tell you. Go to sleep. You'll need to be rested with what I have in mind for you tomorrow. Yeah, right. You can't just tell her, because it's like, no, I want you to say it. Well, just know what you want her to say. Okay. She doesn't respond. I hope for one she's doing what she's told and she's asleep. Briefly, I think of what we could do tomorrow, but it's too arousing. Dude, just jerk off and go to sleep. So I push the thought aside and concentrate on my emails, but I have to confess I feel a little lighter after some email banter with Miss Steele. She's good for my dark, dark soul. It says end of chapter. All right, we still got a little time left, so we'll keep going until a little longer. But oh my god, still choking on nothing. Dear God, like, oh, like, how am I not? Where is this? Okay, y'all are mean. Okay, nobody has told me I forgot to put the tie on. I knew I was forgetting something. I knew I looked weird. I knew I looked weird. I forgot to put the tie on all night. I forgot to put the fucking tie on. Because I was scrambling today and I was stressed about bullshit with the building and my brain wasn't working. And I forgot to put the goddamn fucking tie on all night. And that's why it's been bothering me that my bra is showing, because the tie should be covering it. But I forgot to put the fucking. Okay, play me in the chats. I'm not putting it on now because it'd be pathetic. I can't believe I forgot that. I'm sorry. Okay. This is what I was actually reaching for when I noticed that. I knew I did. I knew it. Whenever I'm rushing, I forget something and just no. Oh my god. I cannot believe I did that all fucking night. I also have to remember to wash this because it has a mysterious stain on it. I don't know where that came from, but yeah, the puppy pillow and the flag definitely going in the wash. He's gonna whine at me for washing the pillow. Like, as soon as I take it, it's not that I'm washing it, but it's that I take it and he's like, "What are you doing with my pillow? I want it back. I'm a puppy. It's mine. Give it back." And there's no telling him it'll be back in 90 minutes. He doesn't know what that is. He just knows I took one of his sacred sleeping places. And it's like, yeah, because it's disgusting and I need to wash it. But, his answer to that is that he likes it being disgusting. He worked very hard to make it that way, and I'm undoing all of his very hard work. I'm sure Shasta makes that argument sometimes of like, hey, I worked hard to make that mess. What are you doing? Friday, June 3rd, 2011, Chapter 18. Put this back when we get to a stopping place. This chapter is 30 pages long. We're not getting through all of it. Like I said, we'll get into some of this, and we're good for like a little while longer because we got through this really fast. And I just looked at something in the next page and now I want to die. All right, I'm making one last plea for for tips. We have 2 ducks that have never been out of this bag and they're very lonely. And so for $10 you can sponsor a duck. This is my last plea of the evening. We have 2 ducks left. You can still put cuffs on. I'll wear them to the end of the night. I'm lowering the limit for cuffs to since we're short on time, I'll make it 15. But we still have the cuffs with the key. You can hear the key. And yeah, for 50 I will still chug a glass at this point. You got about 10 minutes on that, and then I'm calling the line on the chugging, but if anyone is feeling generous, this is your last opportunity. I can't sleep. It's after 2 and I've been staring at the ceiling for an hour. Tonight it's not my sleeping nightmares that are keeping me awake. It's a waking one. Layla Williams. The smoke detector on my ceiling is winking at me. It's flashing green light, mocking me. Have you ever seen a smoke detector with a green light? Aren't they always red? Hell, I closed my eyes and let my thoughts run free. Why was Layla suicidal? What possessed her? Her desperate unhappiness resonates with a younger, miserable me. I'm trying to quash my memories. Excuse me. But the anger and desolation of my solitary teen years resurfaces and it won't go away. It reminds me of my pain and how I lashed out at everyone during my youth. Suicide crossed my mind often, but I always held back. I resisted for Grace. I knew she'd be devastated. I knew she would blame herself if I took my life, and she'd done so much for me. How could I hurt her like that? And after I met Elena, everything changed. He's not the type that ever would have been suicidal. He's the type that would have been homicidal. So this is pathetic. This is a really pathetic attempt to make us feel sorry for him when it does not fit his character at fucking all and makes no sense and is total bullshit. And also, James, anytime she touches on mental health issues, it's just insulting and offensive, and so is this. Rising from the bed, I push these disquieting thoughts to the back of my mind. I need the piano. Edward, I need my Anna. If she'd signed the contract and everything had gone according to plan, she would be with me. Upstairs and asleep. Wow, if she just agreed to be my slave, everything would be better. Go fuck yourself, you fucking waste of space. I could wake her, lose myself in her. Or under our new arrangement, she would be beside me. The doggy's on my leg because he heard my voice. Do we see his head? Do we see the puppy? Do we see the puppy? Because he heard my voice and he knows because he's partially trained by another dog, emotional support puppy. And so he knows when my voice does certain things that I need a puppy. And that's why he came running to say, You need me. You need me. You need to love on me because your voice did the not okay thing. So you need to love on me because that's what the other doggy, who was, and it had nothing to do with this book, was named Christian, um, taught him to do. Yes, he trained you well before he passed away, didn't he? God, I miss him so much. It's been like 3 years. I still miss him so much. I need a new pet. I shouldn't though. For all I know, I'm gonna get kicked out of here for over the argument over the rent. We're still having the argument over the rent, even though I haven't heard from them. Hi, yes, I know. Okay, you moving 2 inches away and then pawing me again doesn't like get you more attention. I say as I'm petting his head. Um, but we're still arguing over the back rent. They think they're. I did figure out their math finally, so I get where they think that they're owed, but I still argue that they are not, and that they're breaking several laws. Um, but I promise you it's gonna come to a head at some point, and it's starting to stress me out, seriously, that I've not heard from them in a couple weeks while we're still arguing this, but the problem is I'm communicating with an idiot in an office that can't do shit. Like, there's 2 morons, they pay full time to sit in an office and do I don't know fucking what, but they don't actually work for the landlord company, and the landlord company is a corporation. So it's a group of idiots with nobody running anything, and we have a property manager, which is an assigned idiot, who literally says that she refuses to speak to tenants, but she's the person I need to speak to try and resolve the so-called back rent issues that they think they're entitled to. But that person literally refuses to speak to me, and their answer is like, "Well, you speak to the people in the office, and then the people in the office speak to the company, and then the company gets back to the people in the office." Do we see the fucking problem there? Nobody gets back to me, for one, and that's true. Nobody gets back to me. I've emailed them about repairs, about the mailboxes, about stolen packages, about the general deterioration of the building, about the lack of quality of life with all the noise, and I couldn't work because of it, and I got fired because of it, and they just don't answer. They just don't act. They act like they have no obligation for any of that, and it's like owning a building does not just mean you collect the fucking rent. You have obligations. It's a two-way street. It's a two-sided contract. You have to provide certain things too, and they fail to do that and then just refuse to have any communication with the people who pay them rent. And it's like, what do you expect me to do with that? I can't communicate with nobody. Like I've told them repeatedly, you want to discuss the back rent you think is owed, I will talk to you about it. Here's my email, here's my cell phone. You can text me, you can email me, you can text me a time you want to have a conversation. I'm willing to talk to you, but we need to talk about this, and I need to talk about it with somebody that has authority to do something about it. And the morons you hire to sit in the office and do fuck all are not it. And it's like, what do you expect me to do? This has been dragging on for like 2 months now, and we've emailed a couple times, and it's like they're like, "You owe us this money," and I'm like, "No, I don't, because I paid you X already. I already paid you more than you were entitled to. I paid you above guideline rent, not only a rent increase, but an above guideline rent increase for 3 fucking years when there was a federal rent freeze. I should have roasted you in court then for illegally raising the rent for 3 years when there was a federal rent freeze. But now you want to pull this fucking shit? Like, so I'm basically like waiting for some kind of legal order in the mail or whatever, but we'll see. But it's been a couple weeks and I haven't heard shit. Which again, in any actual like landlord or management company, you would not go 3 weeks with no communication about a serious like issue over $1,000 of back rent that they claim that they're owed, that I say that they're not. You wouldn't go that long with hearing nothing. But because of the idiot structure, like they can't do this is why they can't get shit done. Because the buildings, there's 3 of them that form this block. It's a compound, and they're owned by a corporation apparently, made up of like a group of like 20 different investors. So there's nobody on point. There's nobody in charge of it, and the idiot property manager is just some idiot fucking cunt that they said like, "You're the property manager for this building," so that's on her resume, but that's it. She has no idea what that fucking means. She's never here. She's never been here. And she literally refuses to talk to tenants. And it's like, moron, that is your fucking job. So, like, why do you exist if I can't talk to you as somebody who pays you rent? But it also means, because I moved in here in June, so, well, according to them, May, which is illegal and wrong, but according to them, May, so that means my rent this month goes up about $250 because of their like illegal back rent increases through the years. It means that now my rent, instead of being increased about $30 to $35 a year, which is what it should be, they're bumping it 250, claiming that like that accounts for the back rent. There's complicated math involved, which if anyone wants, I'll explain. But yeah, it means my rent has just gone from like 1,200 to about 1,500 in 1 month, which I cannot afford, and they're completely doing illegally, but they bribed the courts into basically going along with them, and basically they lied their ass off in court. and said we made all these improvements to the building, which they didn't. Like, the building's in worse condition than when I moved in by far. But, they lie their ass off, they get it rubber stamped, and they have to deal with it. So yeah, my rent went up like $250 a month, and I had no idea how I'm going to cover that. But again, completely illegal, but nobody's going to stop them, is the thing. Rising from bed, I push these disquieting thoughts to the back of my mind. I need the piano. I need Anna. If she'd signed the contract and everything had gone according to plan, she would be with me upstairs asleep. I could wake myself, blah, blah, blah. And under our new arrangement, she would be beside me and I could fuck her and then watch her fall asleep. What would she make of Layla? Why would you ever... As I sit down at the piano bench, I know that Anna will never meet Layla. Well, you're wrong about that. Which is a good thing. I know how she feels about Elena. Lord knows how she'd feel about an ex. A wayward ex. Okay, there's a huge difference between Elena and Layla. Elena is a pedophile and an evil bitch and an abuser of him. Layla was a consensual submissive for a couple months. Huge world of difference. This is why I can't reconcile. This is what I can't reconcile. Layla was happy, mischievous, and bright when I knew her. She was an excellent submissive. I thought she'd settled down and was happily married. Her email never indicated that anything was awry. What went wrong? He also said he hasn't talked to her in 8 months. A lot of things can happen in 8 months, dude. I start to play, and my troubled thoughts recede until it's just music and me. Oh, God, the next line's going to make me gag. Fucking A. Okay, we're so ending early. I'm sorry, but we're going to end early. Because we're like up on page count. I'm looking for a good place to stop. Oh, there's more emails. That's wonderful. I'm gonna pick a random place to stop when we get to like midnight. I'm drawing the line at midnight wherever the fuck we are. Layla is servicing my cock with her mouth. I love that his cock is its own person. Ugh! You know, like guys who name their penis. Who is the president? There was a president. Oh, who was it? John Oliver made fun of him. He named his penis Jerry. He was a guy who like famously wrote love letters to his mistress and they got published. Who was it? God damn it. Was it Ford? Was it Ford? I don't know. Was there a president named Ford? There's too many fucking presidents. Like, who was it? Like, it partially came up when John Oliver and John Stewart fought about the wax statues when the presidential thing dissolved and everyone could buy the wax statues and they got into a bidding war. Who was the president that named their penis Jerry? And it was in love letters. I can't remember. But any guy who names his penis... Okay, any guy who names his penis... Okay, huge red fucking flag. Absolutely fucking massive red flag. Because here is largely the reason why. Because if you're naming your penis, like if it's a joke, like on Friends, Joey named his penis. He called it the little captain or the little major or whatever. That's kind of funny, and as a joke between friends, I get it. But that was like in a... Again, it was a joke and it was a stupid one and still not okay, but people who actually give their penis a name like Jerry, what part of what you're doing is you're obfuscating your responsibility. Because you're saying like, hey, don't blame me. He's the one who couldn't resist raping that girl in an alley. What could I do? And my penis makes a decision. I'm just a mindless body following it. And that's what it is. And it's like, no, you're responsible for what you fucking do. That's why I hate the bullshit in religion, pretty much all of them, of saying men have no ability to control themselves. Like if you wear a low cut top or you wear a short skirt and you get raped, then it's your fault because you were dressed like that. And it's like, it's the Handmaid's Tale scene with Janine when she's telling when they're in the shame circle, and it's the first scene. Margaret Atwood is in the scene, because when June is just brought there, she's in normal clothes still. And they're in the circle, and Janine is telling a story about how she was gang raped, and Aunt Lydia's like, "Whose fault was it, girls?" And they all point and go, "Her fault, her fault, her fault." And and um June doesn't, because she just got there and she's like, "What the actual fuck?" Because this is literally a slut shaming circle, and the person who threatens her with the cattle prod and makes her do it is actually Margaret Atwood. That's her cameo in the pilot. I think it's in the pilot or second episode. I think it's in the pilot. Um, no, it has to be. It has to be in the pilot. But yeah, that's in Gilead. That's how it is. And then and Lydia's like, and why did God allow this to happen? And they're like, teach her a lesson. Teach her a lesson. Teach her a lesson. Because they're like, yeah, she led them on. She wore slutty clothing. She flirted. She had a beer. And so the men just couldn't help themselves but to violently gang rape her. And it's like, but I've heard this said by judges. Like, I've been on the witness stand and had a judge do that to me when I was 12 years old. I still would like to beat the fucking shit out of him if he's still alive, and the defense attorney. And back to the book. Layla's servicing my cock with her mouth, her skilled mouth. Her hands are tied behind her back. Her hair is braided. She's on her knees, eyes cast down, modest. She's sucking your dick, but she's modest. Go fuck yourself. In fact, that would be better for society. Not seeing me. And suddenly she's Anna. Anna on her knees before me. Naked, beautiful, my cock in her mouth. Trying so hard not to throw up right now. Her blazing blue eyes seeing everything. See me. My soul. Didn't he say he didn't have one, which I'd agree to? She sees the darkness and the monster beneath. Her eyes widen in horror, and suddenly she disappears. That's what she should do. Shit. I wake with a start and a painful erection that wanes as soon as I recall Anna's wounded look in my dream. Is it possible for an erection to be painful? Like, I don't possess a penis, so I don't know, but I would like to actually know. Is it possible to be like so hard you're in pain? And I don't mean like you took Viagra and you've had an erection that lasts more than 4 hours. I get where that would be painful, also very concerning, like medically, and an actual like problem, like for real, like problem. But like normally, what the hell? I rarely have erotic dreams. Why now? Because you didn't get any last night, you dumbass. I check my alarm. I've beaten it by a few minutes. The morning sunlight is creeping between the buildings as I rise. Already I'm restless, no doubt as a result of my disturbing dream. That's disturbing, yet his nightmares about his mother being beaten and murdered is not. Okay. There are no new emails, no messages, no updates on Layla. The apartment is quiet as I leave. There's no sign of Gail yet. I hope she's recovered from yesterday's ordeal. She lives there. You could, like, check on her. I open the glass doors in the lobby and step outside, excuse me, into a balmy sunny morning and carefully scan the street. As I start my run, I check down the alleys and in the doorways I pass and behind the parked cars to see if Layla is there. Really? He doesn't care this much. There's no way in fucking hell. Where are you, Layla Williams? I turn. Excuse me. Why do I have hiccups? I turn up the volume on the Foo Fighters and my feet pound into the sidewalk. Olivia is except there's a break there. Olivia is exceptionally irritating today. She spilled my coffee, dropped an important call, and keeps mooning at me with her big brown eyes. Again, if this person is this incompetent, fire them! Get Roz back on the line, I bark at her. Better still, get her up here. I shut my office door and go back to my desk. I must try not to take my temper out on my staff. Okay, if they're incompetent, I have no problem yelling at somebody who is fucking incompetent. Welch has no news except that Layla's parents think their daughter is still in Portland with her husband. Great, so she's lost touch with literally everybody, and you have no idea where she is. And again, let's not involve the police at all, who have like serious resources. Though, really, what could they do at this point? Like, what are you gonna say? Like, I admit, but still. There's a knock on my door. Come in. I hope to God it's not Olivia. Roz pokes her head around. You wanted to see me? Yes, sure. Come in. Where are we with Woods? So you heard someone is down the hall to, like, Ross exits just before 10. All is on track. Woods has decided to accept the deal, and the aide for Darfur will soon be on the road to Munich in preparation for the airlift. There's no news yet from Savannah about their offer. I check my inbox and find a welcome email from Anna. Also, why do they keep mentioning this Woods person unless we're gonna find out like it's a code name for um I don't even remember, but asshole name that Anna starts working for, which isn't she supposed to be like going on a job interview like right about now? Her to Him, Homeward Bound. That's such a good movie. It'll make you cry, but they're really, really good. And the second one's really good too. Dear Mr. Gray, I'm once again ensconced in first class, for which I thank you. I'm counting the minutes until I can see you this evening and perhaps torturing the truth out of you about my nocturnal admissions. If you want to make a joke about wet dreams, just do it. Don't do this shit. Your Anna X. Torturing me. Oh, Miss Steele, I think it will be the other way around, as I have a great deal to do. I keep my reply short. Him to her. Anastasia, I look forward to seeing you. But but Anna is not satisfied. Fuck. Her to him. Dearest Mr. Gray, I hope everything is okay the situation. Your tone of email is worrying. Anna X. At least I still earned a kiss. Surely she should be airborne by now. Him to her. Anastasia, the situation could not be better. Have you taken off yet? If so, you should not be emailing. You're putting yourself at risk. In direct contra- ugh, ugh, in direct contravention of the rule regarding your personal safety. I meant what I said about punishments. I'm about to call Welsh for an update when there's a ping, and again, her to him. Dear Mr. Grumpy, the aircraft doors are still open. We're delayed, but only by 10 minutes. My welfare and that of the passengers around me is vouchified? Is that even a real word? Vouchsafed? Vouchified. I don't think that's a real word. I think she made up a word. I don't think that's a real word. I'm gonna say no, that's not a real word. I'm dyslexic as fuck, but I'm gonna say that's not a real word. No. No, no, no. I'm calling bullshit. You may stow your twitchy palm for now, Miss Steele. A reluctant smile tugs at my lips. Mr. Grumpy, eh? And no kiss. Oh dear. Wouldn't be kissing you either, you fucking fuckwit. Him to her. I miss you and your smart mouth, Miss Steele, and want you safely home. Again, dude, you own a jet. Could have sent it to pick her up. Her to him. They're shutting the doors. You won't hear another peep from me, especially given your deafness. Later's Anna X. My kiss is back. What a relief. Grudgingly, I drag myself away from the computer screen and pick up my phone to call Welch, who is this guy who does illegal things. Let's remember that. At 1 o'clock, I decline Andrea's offer of lunch at my desk. I need to get out. The walls of my office are closing in on me, and I think it's because there's been no news about Layla. She's a random person in a very large city. She's not in touch with her parents. She's not in touch with her husband. Your odds of finding her are not great. I'm worried about her. Hell, she came to see me. She's decided to use my home as her stage. How could I not take this personally? Are we really supposed to believe he's still not figuring out that, like, her suicide attempt is about him? Like, he's supposed to be so fucking clueless. Like, why did you do this in my apartment of all places? Why not Grand Central Station? Gee, I wonder if it has anything to do with how you treated her. But is he thinking about that at all? No. Is he considering that he may have, like, psychologically damaged every submissive he didn't murder? Yeah. No, he's not. Like, again, for a character that's been shown to have really some really remarkable personal insight, not that he does anything with it, he ignores it when it comes up completely, but it's there. He just ignores it. The fact that he's being so blatantly ignorant of, like, why would she possibly? It's like, dude, you said she wanted more from you. I bet there was more to it than that, and you treated her like garbage. And you said she was like one of your best submissives. She behaved exemplary all weekend, kneeling beside you naked while you did work, and you rewarded her with like, yes, you can listen to my iPod. After she spent hours naked kneeling beside your desk, silent with her eyes cast down and her hands palms up on her thighs while you wrote emails and did work and ignored her. Like, again, you can hire people to do this, but fucking pay them. Like, he's so disgusting. Really, really, really disgusting. Now I have the Chicago song in my head. The Cell Block Tango. It was a murder, but not a crime. I didn't do it, but if I'd done it, you to tell me that I was wrong. Mm-hmm. Why didn't she email me or phone me if she was in trouble? I could have helped. It would have helped. I've done it before. Whoa. I've done it before. Hold on, wait. I need an entire book about that. What do you mean? If she was in trouble, I could have helped. I would have helped. I've done it before. Okay, I need all the more information about that right now. And I'm betting we never get anything because it's a throwaway line. What do you mean you've helped before? Like, if other of your submissives come down with severe crippling mental illness, depression, suicidality, and you've done something about it before, but Layla didn't tell you and just showed up and did it. What? I need so much more explanation on that fucking line. What in the actual fuck? What have you done before? Like, murdered them and had Taylor bury them in a shallow grave? That's all I've ever gotten. What the fuck? I don't believe it. I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. If he means Elena and like helping her start the business, go fuck yourself. But fuck you. And what the fuck? And this is never going to be followed up on. We're never going to get an answer in any way. This is never going to be followed up on because bullshit. But what the actual fuck? I need some fresh air. I need food. I need a burger that's like the Dagwood sandwich up to here right now. No, you know what? Screw the burger. You know what I need? I need ribs. I need Chinese food, honey garlic ribs, and all of the egg rolls, and a can of Betty Crocker double fudge icing. Don't judge me, I'm period craving. I need egg rolls dipped in Betty Crocker double fudge icing. That's what I need right now. While piping hot. Yeah, that would be so good. Oh, literally like drooling. So good. Egg rolls and chocolate sauce. Yes. He really is, right? Right? I know, right? And like again, stalkers are not like this. I've dealt with stalkers more than once. Three. Three different ones. I have dealt with stalkers. They're not like this. They don't act like this. They really don't. Because they don't care about you or your timeline. They don't like wait for you. Like I thank God that like Bell Canada as well as other companies, if you tell them they are changing your number due to harassment or due to stalking, they will change your number for free. Thank God, because it was happening at times where I couldn't have afforded to change my number if I had to pay for it. And I had police reports to back me up. Not that they asked for them, because all you have to do is say it's due to harassment. I'm changing my number. They will change it for free. Most companies will, because they understand. But yeah, like it's insane. Like I had literally I was going to school at the time when one of them happened, and I didn't want my school to know because I was trying to get away from all that, and it's a much longer story, and it was not my father that time, but it was out of that, and I didn't want my school to know, but it got to the point where I had to tell them because it was happening on school grounds and it was threatening other students. So I had to tell them, and they had to put in like security because I lived fortunately very close to school. Um, but they had to put a security guard out front to make sure nobody tried to follow me in and that nobody was standing across the street taking pictures. This happened repeatedly. But the thing is, once they're taking pictures of me, and I'm a minor at the time, but also there's other minors at the time, there's other students standing around outside before the bell rings. And so it became an issue, and the police got involved. And it was a big thing. And like, fortunately, most of the student body didn't realize it was about me. It was just some guy was taking pictures of school, and that's creepy. And the police arrested him. But I knew it was about me, and some of the faculty knew it was about me. And it was like, I don't want to be the girl that has that thing. And I tried not to tell them because it was going on for a couple months before I told them. But once it crossed into happening at school, I knew that puts other people at risk. And I was afraid that they would try to come into the school or something. So I had to tell them. And yeah, no, I don't behave like this when I stalk people either. And I have good internet skills. I could stalk the shit out of people if I fucking wanted to. It's one of those things I realized why do you think I don't know how to code? Because I knew I was incredibly smart and also incredibly fucked up, and I was afraid of what I would do with it. That's why I never learned to code when I was a teenager, because I was literally afraid of what I would do with it because of how angry and hurt and abused I was at the time. I was afraid of what I would do. So I never learned how to do that. Just like I never learned how to fire a gun or make ricin, which I technically know how to do, or make complicated bombs. I certainly know how to make simple ones because it's not that hard. But there's a reason I don't know certain things because I've deliberately prevented myself from knowing that because at the time I was very afraid of what I would do. Because if you have the power, if you know how, and you're really angry and you're really hurt, you can make some bad decisions in a moment. And I didn't want to do that. Not because I was afraid of like spending the rest of my life in jail or dying or any of that bullshit. Nah, that didn't matter. I was afraid of hurting other people, innocent people, not the people that should be hurt. Believe me, if I wanted to make a hit list in my head, I certainly could, but I never did for same reason. But I was afraid of hurting innocent people. That's why I don't know certain things. It's by choice and deliberate, and it takes deliberate avoidance. Hi, I know you heard my voice do the thing, and you're here and being a puppy. I know. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a beautiful boy. You're such a good boy. You're such a good puppy. Yes, you are. You heard my voice do the thing, and now you're here. You came running from the couch. Yes. Yes, you're being a wonderful puppy. You're so good. You're so good. You're such a good boy. All right, let mommy finish this, and then I'll snuggle cuddle you in bed, okay? I promise I will snuggle cuddle you. Yes, I will snuggle cuddle you. Okay, yes. He's been promised snuggle cuddles and belly rubs, okay? Okay, belly rubs. Okay, lay down. Yeah, lay down. That's a good point. I know he's like reluctantly doing. He's like, okay, I'm gonna bang you because you're mommy, but I'm not so sure about this. Yes, I know. I know you're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. I march past Olivia and Andrea, who both look busy, though I catch Andrea's puzzled look as I step into the elevator. Outside, it's a bright, bustling afternoon, and I take a deep breath and detect the soothing tang of salt water from the sound. Perhaps I should take the rest of the day off, but I can't. I have a meeting with the mayor this afternoon. It's irritating. I'm seeing him tomorrow at the Chamber of Commerce Gala. The gala! Suddenly I have an idea, and with a renewed sense of purpose, I head towards a small store I know. After my meeting at the mayor's office, I walk the 10 or so blocks back to Escala. Taylor's gone to collect Anna from the airport. Gail is in the kitchen when I enter the living room. Good evening, Mr. Gray. Hi, Gail. How was your day? Good, thank you, sir. Feeling better? Yes, sir. The clothes arrived from Miss Steele. I unpacked them and hung them in the closet in her room. Great. No sign of Layla. Dumb question. Gail would have called me. No, sir. This also arrived. She holds up a small red store bag. Good. I take the bag from her, ignoring the delighted twinkle in her eye. I'm assuming this is a sex toy. How many for supper this evening? Two, thanks. And Gail, sir, can you put the satin sheets on the playroom bed? So confirmation that his housekeeper cleans the playroom and changes the sheets, so she knows. She knows everything. And so does Taylor, because they're banging. I really hope to get Anna in there at some point over the weekend. Yes, Mr. Gray, she says, her tone a little surprised. She turns back to whatever she's conjuring in the kitchen, leaving me a little baffled by her behavior. Maybe Gail doesn't approve, but it's what I want from Anna. In my study, I take the Cartier box. Ooh, Cartier jewelry, shiny, sparkly bubbles. It's a present for Anna, which I'll give her tomorrow in time for the gala. A pair of earrings. Simple, elegant, beautiful. Just like her. I smile. Even in her chucks and jeans, she has a certain gamine charm. Gamine. What the fuck? Again, needless use of thesaurus. You can't just say she's charming. You gotta throw in like a stupid word that I don't even know what that means, except it makes me think of like zygotes and shit, because gamine. But I don't know. Hmm. I hope she accepts my gift. As my submissive, she'd have no choice. But under our alternative arrangement, I don't know what her reaction will be. Whatever the outcome, it will be interesting. She always surprises me. I put the box in my desk drawer. A ping on my computer distracts me. Barney's latest tablet designs are in my inbox, and I'm eager to see them. 5 minutes later, Welch calls. Mr. Gray, he wheezes. Yes, what news? I spoke with Russell Reed, Mrs. Reed's husband. Really, we had to make him sound like a member of the Fantastic Four. And immediately I'm agitated. I storm out of my study and across the living room to my bed. Why are you pissed? Like, he says his wife is away visiting her parents, Welch reports. What? Precisely. Welch sounds as pissed as I am. What is this goddamn nonsense? Seeing Seattle at my feet, knowing Mrs. Reed, aka Lila Williams, is out there somewhere increases my irritation. I rake my fingers through my hair. Maybe that's what she told him. Maybe, he says, but we've found nothing so far. No trace? I can't believe she could just disappear. It's not that fucking hard. Nothing. But if she so much as uses an ATM, cashes a check, or logs into her social media, we'll find her. Okay, so again, this is why Welch was the guy that he went to when he wanted to track Anastasia's phone, but said he knew. Gray said this himself. Said that he knew it was completely illegal, was breaking several laws, was misusing military satellites that he has access to because of contracts, and he debated between Welch and I think Barney as to which one is more willing to break the law for me without asking questions, and he went with Welch, and so that's why Welch is his guy. So what are they hacked the fuck into? And how many laws are they breaking trying to find her if they're tracking whether she uses an ATM? Because that's like FBI, CIA territory. Even local police can't do that shit. Not even fucking close. And like again, CIA is technically not supposed to operate on home soil, meaning within America, but what a fucking joke. Of course they fucking do. Are you kidding me? Of course Homeland Security does. They're the only government agency ever formed without a mandate. And TSA is such a goddamn joke that even under their own tests, they only stop suspicious things 3% of the time. They've been caught in how many, like, thieving, sex scandals, or bullshit because they hire literally 18-year-old losers who didn't graduate high school and give them unlimited power. Like, gee, no wonder you're nothing but a fucking joke. Like, it's provable that the TSA, all they do is aggravate people at the airport and cause longer flight delay times. They don't actually increase safety in any fucking measurable way. And if anything, they're a detriment to it. And they're a waste of several $billion a year. There's got to be a good place to stop coming. I'm just gonna stop like random fucking mid sentence. I'm trying to. There's no page breaks. There's no page breaks. There's no page breaks. Oh dear God. Okay, so I'm just gonna pick a place to stop in the near future. Uh. Okay. We'd like to scour the CCTV footage from around the hospital. It's going to cost money and take a little longer. Is that acceptable? How are they getting access? CCTV is like city owned. That is city owned CCTV footage. You can't put in a goddamn FOIA request for that. That's like saying I'm going to look at the city's traffic cameras to try and track her movements. There's no way in hell you're getting legal access to that. None. None whatsoever. We're in fantasy land of rich people can do anything. I'm not saying this doesn't happen. This totally happens. This totally fucking happens. With enough money, you can do anything. You can get away with anything. It's a fact. And he's got, he's Scrooge McDuck rich, so of course he can do anything. But you should have to justify it better than this in a book. Like, again, in my fanfic, I write Hannibal Lecter getting away with some shit, but it's justified. And it's within the realm of actual possibility. It's not delusional levels of access like this, to where I can tell one of my lackeys, the one that's willing to do illegal shit, yeah, just hack the city CCTV footage. That's so fucking easy. Like, dear fucking God. Yes. A tingle prickles my. What is it with the scalp prickling? It's like the fifth time in this. Like, what the fuck? Not from the call. From some unknown reason, I sense I'm being watched. I turn and I see Anna standing on the threshold of the room, scrutinizing me. Yeah, she just came in, made no noise, nobody announced her presence. So is he seeing a ghost or is she actually there? Her brow furrowed, her lips pensive, and she's wearing a short skirt. All eyes and legs, especially legs. I imagine them wrapped around my waist because you can't have any thought that's not sex. Ever. Like, ever. Excuse me. Desire, raw and real, fires my blood as I stare. We're supposed to think he didn't already have permanent erection. We'll get right on it, Welch says. I finish up with him, my eyes fixed on Anna's as I prowl towards her, stripping off my jacket and tie and tossing them onto the sofa. Anna. I wrap my arms around her, tugging at her ponytail, lifting her eager lips to mine. She tastes of heaven and home, and fall and Anna. Her scent invades my nostrils, and I take everything her warm, sweet mouth has to offer. I'm drawing a line real soon. I'm looking for a place to stop. There is not one. I'm gonna pick one at random very, very shortly. Your body hardens with expectation and hunger as our tongues entwine. I want to lose myself in her, to forget about the shitty end to my week, forget about everything but her. Okay, I'm calling that. It's midnight. I am calling that the line at which we shall break off. I have fulfilled my page count, and that's a. There's literally a. Is there a place to stop, like nearby? Is there a page break? No, there's not. There's not. There's not. I think this is like an extended sex scene, and I'm so. No. Okay, no, there's like a 7-page sex scene coming up, so that's where we're gonna start next week. Great. That's what I get for my birthday. Lovely. Um, okay, so I'm drawing a line. Where we stopped. I gotta work on getting a cake and some candles or some shit or something I can set on fire. So that's where we stop. That's where we're stopping. We definitely wait. I forgot to put it. Wait, I forgot to put fucking god damn it, I forgot to put where are we? No, where did I draw shit? I forgot to put it. No. Okay. Start. Whoa. No, I didn't say fall out. Okay, but everybody love on yourself. You have a fur baby. Have a good weekend. Try have some fun. Okay, wait. I got the. Okay, got the bookmark. Okay, there. Okay. So yeah, we met the page. It still smells like burned. It still smells really good. I will definitely have the burn video for next week. Definitely. I've got the lines. I'll try to record them tonight. I just need to do the actual burning, and that's about the only thing I'm missing. And finding the song on YouTube. I wish their library had like better sort criteria, because you can really only sort by like genre, and they're like weird mismatch genre. You can't like put in like a search criteria, which is weird. I don't know why it's so like fucking rudimentary. It seems like absurd, but that's how it is. So I'll deal with it and I'll find a song. I really want like a rock ballad, like a pounding rock ballad, something with a decent beat this time, because it's gonna be a longer burn video, because we've got a lot of lines, and these are, I still have them right here. These are the pages of the last book. This is how many. This is how fucking many that I ripped out that have lines on them that I highlighted, and so those are the pages that I typically burn. And this is how many there are. Like, there's so much. Like, but we'll see. We'll see what I can make of it. I'm gonna try and make it good. I always try to make it good, but I'll try to make this one extra special because it'll be on my birthday. And again, if you have any suggestions for what I should do on my birthday, please leave them in the comments or at me on Discord or whatever. But that is gonna do it for tonight, because I've had so much enough and I need to go to bed and get some food. Please love on yourself, love a fur baby, leave your thoughts in the comments, and come back next week for more of this. And for my grand birthday bash, I'll be turning 38 years old. Ugh, sounds so old. When did I get old? Who let this happen? But it's one of those things. And send in pictures of your pets. That would be great for birthday gifts. Send in pictures of pets and cute fluffy animals. Because there's not gonna be like a birthday party or family or any of that shit or friends or anything, so I'm not getting a gift from anybody. So pet pictures on the internet would be great. as as the lady said, good night everyone. Have a good weekend. Take care of you. Love yourself, love on a fur baby, and I'll see you all next week with the ducks. And hopefully we'll get the last 2 ducks up on the stage. And then I gotta find more ducks and like build a bigger stage, but I can do it. I'm up to the challenge. I'll see you next week. I've been Insane Lane. Thank you for coming to book club. Have a good weekend, everyone. Bye bye.